expect many people to show up right now. Honestly. If no one's in here in a couple minutes, I think I'll just stop. Oh, sad. What's up? What's up? How you guys doing? No, it's not the best study technique, but I've been at it for about like 8 hours today, maybe longer. Still not done. I only have like one more day until my test too, my first final, so it's gonna be ridiculous. I'm not necessarily sure how this one's gonna go because the professor just, I get, no one likes him. It's crazy. What's up, guys? Yeah, I knew this was a little bit late, so I didn't think many people were gonna show. But whatever you guys want to talk about, I'm down. If nothing, then I'm gonna go watch a movie or something, or maybe go study again. But dude, don't spend your money on me. I'm fine. I'm not gonna do any Patreons or anything, but that's always a really nice thought. By the way, nice drawing. By the way, that was awesome. What's up, Scouter? What's up, everybody? But here we go. All right. What questions? All right. Let's see. I should study, but I'm too lazy. Got finals. What finals? What for what? Like college, high school, grad school, what? Yeah, that was a really awesome drawing, man. That was so clean. I really liked it. So you're very, very talented. Awesome. Okay. Spawn versus Superman versus Goku versus Saitama. Each at their strongest. That's hard to say. I mean, I don't do those things, man. I told you last time, but uh, man, hard question. I'm always gonna say Goku because I take it off of feats, but you really can't take people out of their comfort zone or out of their zone in that sense. So you don't really know which one is going to do what. It depends on which world you're in, really. I think that that's really what the kicker is for any of those huge hypotheticals. Because if you take anyone like Goku and you put him in Superman's world, then Superman's going to kick his ass. If you put Superman in Goku's world, he doesn't have a chance. It's not just how strong the character is, it's also like the world and rules that they live by in their universe. I have an 8-page paper due on Tuesday. Yep, I know those feelings, man. We had an appellate brief due, and I know you guys probably don't know what that is, but we had an appellate brief. It was about 25 pages at the beginning of this month. It took a lot out of me, and I don't even know how I did. And then we had to give oral arguments about it. So we had to they gave us 10 minutes to talk, and it sounds like a lot of time, but it ain't. And I didn't do terribly well. Let's see. Evidence for me. Evidence? You're in law school then. I'm working on contracts. I got evidence over the summer. Still haven't started. Start your paper, man. Start your paper. Chemistry and psychology. Oh man, dude, I hate chemistry. Psychology is like was some of the best stuff I've ever done. Uh, Chemistry killed me. I hate that. I hate that. I do. I do. Kill me now. Let's see. Oh my god, this just got away from me. Let's see. I don't even know where I'm at. Spawn isn't a match though. No, I agree. Superman always wins. Strongest, even though I hate it. Yeah, I agree with that. Superman is always the strongest. I mean, that's his whole power. It's like, well, his only reason for existing is that he's stronger than everyone else. It's really obnoxious. I do kill me. So do I. That's awesome. I also go to law school. Where you at though? What's your favorite DBZ movie? I really like most of the originals. For a fun, quick view, I think people nowadays are too hard in comparing them to BOG. I agree with that. I think we don't take them like at face value, and they are really good movies. And honestly, it gets a lot of crap. It's not my favorite, but if I'm gonna say anything about any of them, I feel like Bio Broly and Second Coming, people need to let up. I don't think that those movies are terrible because, by and large, those two movies and the BoJack movie are not, like, absolutely not even remotely Goku movies. And considering most of the films are Goku movies outside of those three and, Wrath of the Dragon, I think that they're pretty good just because it's different. Sup, dudes? Sup? Yes, that's exactly what appellate reviews are. Yeah, and I was actually writing for the respondent, so I got to go second. Found. I mean, what type of drugs? Like, is she like hardcore, like doing stuff she really shouldn't, or like is it not that big of a deal? I mean, I wouldn't judge someone. I agree. I understand where that comes from. I found out a girl I like does drugs. Don't overly judge someone like that or by it like that situation. I mean, depending on severity. I think depending on severity. What's up, Mom? It's with a K, or actually it's with an M. That's very confidently it's with an M. Oh my god, stop it with the thing. It keeps pushing me down. Just remember there's no such thing as hearsay. There's a 37 exceptions to that rule. Yeah. I have it over the summer, which is cool because, like, the cool thing about having evidence over the summer, I normally wouldn't want to do it, but the way that it worked out, we got the same. They have us in sections. I don't know how you did it, but they put us in sections for the first year and gave us all of our classes. We didn't have to pick anything. And they gave us the same torts professor for both times, and he's also the guy who teaches. He's also one of the guys who teaches evidence, and he's also an IP attorney. So he's gonna be him and another one of the professors in the university or the school is gonna be are probably gonna be my mentors in the sense because I want to do IP law. So I jumped at the chance of taking him for evidence, and I don't want to leave it up to fate or something because they haven't actually announced any of the professors taking or who's going to be teaching what next semester, and they are going to keep putting us in the same classes, at least a couple of them, and we can only choose like one or two. I think because I'm taking evidence, I'm going to be able to choose two, but I know that's not necessarily why a lot of people are here. So moving on. What did you major in college? I majored in film. I majored in film. In fact, before I went to law school, I made a feature film, and Interestingly enough, one of the reasons I'm doing this is because I got an email and the second cut of the movie is done that I made, I produced, and I mean, that was really exciting. So I might sit down and watch that tonight just to kind of see where it's at. Best subject in school, worst subject in school. Oh, I don't know. It depends on what type of school you're asking. General sense, or where I'm at right now, or film school, or anything else like that. I won't go into it. Mark is becoming Saul Goodman. I want to be Saul Goodman. I watch Better Call Saul on my off time just because it gives me confidence. Hello. Wrath of the Dragon was the best. Bio Broly is amazing compared to the GT movie. No, Legacy is good. I like Hero's Legacy. It's pretty great. Fusion Reborn is my favorite. Actually, that's true. Fusion Reborn is the best one. It's hands down. It's the most entertaining. Totally agree with you. The other Broly with the other Broly movie. When else do you get to see 18 and kids spotlight against main villain? I completely agree. I love that. Oh, Mike's here. Hey, Real to Real, really? Did you decide to do law school because you like Judge Dredd? No. But not Judge Dredd, but Dredd was really good. Okay. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Okay. Sorry, man. I don't know a whole lot about Spawn. I saw the movie. I saw the movie and I read a couple of the comic books. I really like his character. I can't wait for them to actually do their own movie. I know they were talking about that a couple of years ago with Jamie Foxx was really interested in playing Spawn, but I don't necessarily think that's going to work out. Todd something, the guy who actually created it, he won't stop talking about it, and then last he said that they were actually going to do it. So I mean, I'll see the Spawn movie, but I don't know nothing about Spawn. Todd McFarlane. Yeah. Okay, great. That's, yeah. Best subject in school, worst subject in school. Like I said, I mean, you have to be more specific. Like general or film school or law school, I would say. Then I'll answer. I'm not going to sit here and think about everything in that many terms. Maybe if you're taking losing, maybe Spawn should win. IP law, isn't that like copyright stuff? Weird thing for a YouTuber to get in. I mean, why is that weird? Yeah, but like IP law is copyright, trademark, patent, all that type of stuff. So yeah, like I think that it's actually a good thing. It's also entertainment law. Like I said, I undergrad, like I have a background in film and everything, so that's kind of where I'm headed. I mean, hopefully, fingers crossed. What's up, Gary? I didn't see you there. I can only stay for like 3 minutes, but hey, what's up, Mark? You're probably gone then. I didn't actually get to you pretty quickly. I think, yeah, I am. Oh man, the movie R.I.P. they have been talking about since 2011. He said he won't be making one like months ago. Oh, okay, well. Yeah, well, whatever. I don't care. I mean, it wasn't really my top main thing. Hey, laughing. I've been Fusion Reborn like 30 times. Fusion Reborn is pretty awesome, so like I said, if I had to pick one, that would be my favorite. Wait, is that the fake or real? Fake or real what? Like my laughing? My laughing's real, man. I've always laughed pretty easily. I'm pretty fun-loving guy, honestly. How did you meet MJ? MJ was kind of coming out in the background. I didn't know him at all, and he actually approached me last year. I mean, like maybe around October of last year, and he was like, "Hey, you want to collab?" And I went to his channel, and guys, like honestly, same thing with Scouter. Scouter's also in the chat. Like Scouter just kind of made himself known mostly on Twitter. I would say mostly on Twitter, but I'm pretty open to collabing with anyone. The only thing I really want to see if you want to collab with me is really like I want to see that you've actually created content that I like, and you have like a good work ethic when it comes to YouTube. A lot of people don't. It's really hard, and if you do it, you understand like what I mean. It's like really hard to create content. So I mean, I'm not really opposed to collabing with anyone. I just want people to actually, like, if you want to do Dragon Ball content with me, then I want to see that you actually cover Dragon Ball content on your channel. If you want to do movie stuff and everything, I want to see that you do movie stuff, and that's really about it. So MJ contacted me, and he really kind of like, I saw his work. He was already at that point working with, Danny, and I think he was also working with Mike, who may or may not be in the chat still. And yeah, so I was like, sure, man. Like, I mean, I like your stuff. So we got into it, and he and we just clicked. Plus, like, one of the cool things I've said in a couple of videos is like working with people on YouTube is really hard because you can connect with anyone, you have to deal with time restraints and everything else. Because I really love working with Kanji. He's kind of disappeared lately, but him and I like are in 6-hour difference, sometimes 7-hour difference, considering on daylight savings time. And it was just it's really hard for us to like get together and work together, especially when he takes his hiatuses. So when MJ and I are in the same time zone, it's just so much easier for us to work together, because whenever I'm free, he's usually free, and it's the exact same time. So that's a huge kicker. Judge Dredd Cursed Earth Saga. I didn't read Judge Dredd comics. Yeah, Jamie Foxx was his career's kind of tanked, hasn't it? Soul Calibur 2 was awesome in general. That's true. Soul Calibur 2 was awesome in general. Study break never worked for me. I never go back to studying. Yes, Snake. I completely agree. I mean, I think I'm done. Yesterday I went out because this is a study break, I need to ask you guys, and I'll get to it later, but I want everyone to basically tell me this, because it's something I really hate when it comes to school, especially upper level school, is they like, my professors and everyone, they come out and they're like, you know what, you should be real proud of yourself. You finished your first year of law school. Like, this is your last day, blah, blah, blah. Just be proud, pat yourself on the back. It's not necessarily it's not the easiest thing. I mean, a lot more people would do it if it was easy. And I'm sitting there the whole time going like, I haven't finished shit. I still have 4 tests, and I ain't ready for this one. Like, because you didn't teach it really well or something. It just was hard to follow. And I don't know, like, I understand, like, I don't have to go to class anymore, but all that's to say, like, one of the things I did was I actually went out and celebratorily bought myself a couple movies that I want to sit down and watch. I bought La La Land, Underworld Blood Wars, and Split. So, all good movies. I can't wait to watch them. I haven't actually seen La La Land yet, but with cast and all the acclaim it got, I'm sure I'm going to like it. So, it is what it is. All right. Favorite movie ever? Or so your favorite. Worst movie ever? Or some of the worst you've seen? Favorite movie ever is Rocky. No one can't tell me that Rocky isn't a fantastic film. In fact, Rocky is my favorite franchise of all time. If there was more discussions to be had about Rocky, I would do them. And in fact, whenever we see Creed 2, which is scheduled for this November, I will be covering that film. But it seems like it's not necessarily actually, I don't know, like it's not necessarily actually, it's on the books, but they haven't necessarily said anything about it. And Michael B. Jordan and Ryan Coogler are so busy, I just don't actually see them coming back, especially with Sylvester Stallone, who is filling his plate with stuff, especially after he walked away from the Expendables, because instead of just being easy money, I think as he gets older, he probably wants to start focusing on stuff that, first of all, won't kill him, and then at the same time, more artistic stuff, especially after Creed got him his Oscar nomination, which was stolen from him, in my opinion, but that's a topic for another day. Worst movie? I've never really thought of it. I have a whole lot of movies that I've just hated watching, and movies that I just wanted to leave and walk out of. Terrible thing. Okay. Mike, that's amazing. 20... I agree. 20-something people viewing on something where we're not like talking about Dragon Ball. I'm happy about that. Oh my god. Yeah, my Dragon Ball in reverse. Speaking of, I haven't actually gotten a chance to watch your video that you made, so apologies, but I will eventually. What is your opinion the best way? What is your opinion the best way to execute Finn Broly character? Not have her. I mean, I honestly think that one of the things they should, it's just, I've discussed this at length before, and I have videos about this if you want to go and look at it. You can mess up that character so much. And I feel like you're not necessarily going to be able to reconcile messing up that concept where you have a female Saiyan who can roid out because she gets angry. I mean, maybe she is in complete and utter control, but the opening doesn't make it seem that way. Or maybe it does. I mean, it depends on how you really look at it. We're just gonna have to wait and see. The one thing I really don't want them to do, and I feel like the best way they can do her character justice, is have her be completely in control of her emotions and not be just rage induced. Because if she's rage induced, I feel like that's sending a really bad message. Gonna leave it at that. Make Zeno comment on her being the first transgender Dragon Ball character. Oh, JK. Yeah. Yeah, Kanji definitely has gone MIA. He said he's coming back. He said he has more inspiration now, so we're just gonna have to wait and see. Hopefully. No, I never see that actually. I don't know why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It doesn't taste like cinnamon toast. I mean, I guess it tastes more like cinnamon toast than Apple Jacks taste like Apple Jacks. Or, I mean, yeah. I was asking if Laughingstock Media was a fake account. That makes sense now. No, I actually think that's Mike. No, it's not. Adrian, I ended up watching too much videos on YouTube and going to sleep. Law school must suck. I'm struggling in an AP class. I couldn't imagine law school. Law school's not bad, dude. Law school is, a fundamental truth about life, I think, is, everything's hard until you're in it. Everything just seems hard. If you kind of resign yourself to something and you're going to do it, you don't have to be the best. I know it's kind of a joke saying, C's make degrees, but it's true. I mean, you don't have to be the best at anything you do. It's not about how smart you are most of the time. That's not the way the world works. And it's about what your drive is and what you're capable of, who you know and who you can reach out to. I'm not the best at it. I'm certainly not the best at it. People I go to school with are not only smart but driven in a way that I'm not. that's just the truth of it. So, like, don't say you can't do something. Just decide what it is you want to do, and then attempt it. And I promise you, like, when you're in the shit, when you're like actually in it, it might seem hard, but once you're done with it, it's gonna be like, oh, that wasn't as hard as I imagined it would be, or something. I mean, that's everything in life. I used to put off my DBZ because I found Goku annoying, but then I started watching the original Dragon Ball, and I like him a hell of a lot more. Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of people don't understand Goku's character, and they don't understand that he's supposed to be kind of a dick in that sense. So, I mean, it is what it is. Okay, so if the Cell games were to be the series ending, would you have liked everyone, if everyone got to fight around with Cell? No, because the Cell games is perfect in the way that it is because even though they all went to fight and they all ended up fighting Cell Juniors, that whole like, arc, that 3 saga arc, or whatever you want to kind of tell it, since basically Future Trunks showed up, or I guess Frieza showed up, through Gohan killing Cell and Trunks leaving and going killing all the androids, is perfect. Everyone kind of gets a moment, which is really nice. And it's not the same. Really can't be said for the Buu arc. Essentially, like, people don't necessarily get highlights. In fact, they just introduce Goten in it to give Trunks something to do, because they introduced Trunks in the last arc, and it's not like they can just kind of push him off to the side. So they introduced Goten as a way of making him relevant without actually making him just annoying. Because you can imagine Trunks' character alone without Goten, with no kind of buffer for that personality, and you'd be like, this kid is a little fucking dick. And those two get good spotlight. Videl gets good spotlight. Gohan, definitely Boo and Mr. Satan, Goku and Vegeta. But everyone else, I mean, like, like Ten Shinhan gets some spotlight. It's just more people get spotlight, more people get something to do in the other arcs, like in the last arc, the major arc. So that's why it would be a really good ending, and not everyone has to have like separate fights. Just a thought. Hey, MJ's here. Yeah, you got to watch him grow. That's one of the cool things about Dragon Ball. They'll actually allow him to grow up. I'm actually 99 years old. Yes, I actually have fallen asleep in the movie theater. I wouldn't say that's the worst movie ever. More so, I stayed up all night. But I fell asleep during the remake of the Manchurian Candidate, or however you say it. And then, actually, years later, because I had no real intention to actually watch that movie, but back when Blockbuster was around, one late night I actually went there before it closed. Just rode my bike over there when I was still younger. And I got popcorn and everything, and I rented it. I was like, I fell asleep during this movie. I'll watch it again. I almost fell asleep again. That movie was kind of boring. The original's better, but not by much, in my opinion. Cool concept, though. Especially kind of a little bit more just relevant these days, considering everything else going on, so whatever. Please explain to me, Mark, why you think GT is good. Also, I want to know if Mike thinks it's a good film, as well as Scouter. You mean Hero's Legacy? I just like Goku Jr. Goku Jr. is pretty awesome, in my opinion. I mean, I think it's a kind of a nice tale. The worst thing about GT, especially the ending of GT, that no one likes to talk about, is that, like, it does a huge disservice to the broader cast of Dragon Ball other than Goku, because the mere fact that First of all, like the mere fact that Pan is the only one alive, like how? Because Bra is younger than Pan, and she's also like she's like way more Saiyan than Pan is, and obviously like Bra has descendants based off the ending of that movie, or Trunks, but I mean Trunks and Goten should still be alive. Oob, for God's sake, should still be alive. Like, what happened? Like, I want to see what happened in between that made Pan basically the only one left alive. I don't know. Fell asleep during a Skype horror thing. I actually didn't see that movie. I wanted to. What was it called? Yeah, the one where it's like Skype. I don't know what that movie was called. I forget. I wanted to see it actually. Never got around to it. For me, everything is hard until I finish. Then I'm like, it's easy. I agree, man. I feel like that's everybody. Hey, MJ. How come Goku went SS Blue just to teleport? Hey, MJ. How come Goku went Super Saiyan Blue just to teleport? Is Super Saiyan Blue weaker than base? God. Yeah, I think it's true. Stop, Mike. I think that's I like that. I think most males are hard until they finish Zeno. I think that's true. What's up, Dimsy? Me go to sleep. Are you waking up? Holy shit, dude. It's like 5 a.m. there. See ya, Zeno. Why do I think Brawl was created? It seems pointless, in my opinion, to add her at the end of the series. I disagree. Characters... Look, the thing about Dragon Ball and Toriyama's writing is it's not necessarily the best of writings, but he doesn't do anything that's kind of... Especially introducing characters, he doesn't do it willy-nilly. There's always a purpose to it. So the real purpose of Brawl, in my opinion, especially her age in terms of being younger than Pan, is a real big way to indicate just how much Vegeta has grown. Like a physical embodiment of showing just how much Vegeta has grown. And she brings a lot to that character and the relationship. Especially like back then, it did a lot just kind of in terms of, I guess, fan headcanon. But at the same time, like Super's really done a lot to kind of express that even more so. So we see just how much he's grown as an individual since we first saw him, and Brawl being born indicates that, kind of shouted out that pretty loudly. And I would say that because of Super, that has to be correct. Like that's why she was introduced. I fell asleep during Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones was terrible. That movie was so boring. Glad everyone said it. I thought it was beers killed them. Salt 8 question. How many bodies do you think there would be at the beginning of Salt 8? Dead bodies begin to turn up over the city. I just think that we're going to start, I just think they're going to start on a trap. And maybe it'll be like the original where, this is the second or third one, maybe fourth. I think that's my opinion. I don't know yet. Pan killed them and Zeno. Well, she will be that strong. She's already past Whis. She's Super Saiyan White. Do you ever think Pan Did you ever think that Pan being 110 and having a 10-year-old grandson not making sense? It's less time in the Japanese version. It's less time in Japanese version, which makes even less sense. But yeah, it was weird. Nothing about that makes sense. I mean, it's the worst part of the ending. Is a lot of people want to say like Dragon Ball GT's ending's really awesome. Is the worst part of it. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna add MJ. Sorry, I'm not looking at it. God, where are you? I can't find him on Skype. I think he blocked me. Oh, there he is. I mean, if he's even gonna come on, reel to reel. Frieza for sure. Okay, nah, Pan sucks. Okay, no, oof. Oh, he didn't say anything. He didn't answer, guys. He didn't answer, so I guess he's not coming in. Are you excited for the new Alien movie? I am actually really excited for the new Alien movie. I really want to see it. Alright. Best villain in all of Dragon Ball. Worst villain in all of Dragon Ball. Best villain in all of Dragon Ball. Worst villain in all of Dragon Ball. Go.
Hello.
Answer the damn question.
Who, me?
Yes.
What was the question again?
God damn it, dude. Best villain in all of Dragon Ball. Worst villain in all of Dragon Ball.
Best villain,
Vegeto's stronger, by the way. Vegeto's stronger. Just gonna answer that question real quick.
Shit. Probably Piccolo Daimel. You've already heard me, go crazy about that. And worst, canon-wise, probably... I hate the word canon, by the way. Probably Boo. I think Boo is kind of he just came out of nowhere,
I like Boo. I actually really like Boo. Worst?
You better not say Pilaf, bitch. You better not say Pilaf.
No, Commander Red.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The whole Red Ribbon Army was kind of eh. I mean, Tao for me was basically the best part. Like that whole him climbing Karn's tower, receiving the training, Baba's tournament, defeating Tao, and reviving Bora. I feel like that was like the best part out of that whole arc, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. The Flesh is also having a steady break. Yeah, that's what this is all about. I'm not gonna be on here way too long. I needed to get away, I needed to get away.
Yeah, guys, I was studying too. I was studying boobs, man. So I took a break from that. I took a study break from that, bro.
Man, I would major in pornology.
They should be begging me for this. They should be begging me to be in it because they got guys like Mandingo and all those big motherfuckers, those BBCs. I got the 4-inch army, man. They should be begging for me to be in it. I could be like the other end of the stick. You know what I mean? I could be like the guy, like when the girls want to take it easy, they go to me. You know what I'm saying? Like
you could be their fluffer.
Yeah, when they don't want fucking flagpoles all up in their gut and shit, they can just come to me. Shit.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Okay,
sorry.
Goku has best villain are Cell and Bojack because Gohan. That's true, Mike. That's true.
Is Mike still in the chat, or is that a fake account?
I think that's actually Mike.
Let me see. I'm gonna message him. I'll text him. So what did he say about Bojack?
He said best villains are Cell and Bojack because Gohan.
Oh, because.
What do you think of the Zamasu and Goku Black English dub voices? I like them. I don't hate them.
I just kind of want base Goku Black to have the Rose voice. I don't want him to have that deep smoker chain thing going on, you know?
Yeah, I got you. What do you think of? Oh wait, no, I already read that. Even though we all know that you misspelled Vegito is always stronger no matter what. Gogeta has the coolest name. I agree. I mean, I like Gogeta a lot. In fact, I wouldn't be too surprised if they bring him into this tournament, considering a lot of people are like, they're going to do it again, but, like, that's a weapon in my opinion. So, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm going to bore you guys with my power scaling here, but supposedly Vegito it's at least over 400 times, like, the multiplier, and I think there was a GT guy that mentioned... Metamoran or the finger fusion was like just a dozen times stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Vegito pretty much mops the floor. I think even like if you low ball Vegito, completely low ball him, he still mops the floor with Gogeta. So
getting back to where we were, Frieza is the best in my opinion. Piccolo Diamond now second. Worst is Zamasu. Zamasu's not the worst. I mean...
Commander Red's the worst.
He's not the best. I would say Pilaf's one of the worst. I mean, that's just me.
Because you can't appreciate his goodness, man. Those farts, the comedy.
Look, I think one of the reasons Pilaf is the worst, and he's not the worst, obviously, but he's one of the worst is because while he represents what Dragon Ball was, Dragon Ball is not him anymore. Like,
don't say that, Mark. Take that back.
I'm just saying, when Dragon Ball started, because when it comes to protagonists, they're only as good as their antagonists, in my opinion. And when Dragon Ball started, it was the epitome of what Dragon Ball was. But then, as it developed and grew, it became something completely different. Like most long running shows and series. So,
yeah,
it just doesn't work anymore, and it's completely preference, but it's a preference thing. But I started with Dragon Ball. It's the one I'm always gonna like the best, and I don't care. Like I've seen all of it, and I don't care what people say when they say like, "Oh, you haven't seen it. You haven't seen it." And like, go screw off. Like it doesn't matter. Like go like you like you're free to like whatever you want, and I understand, like, you shouldn't be a dick about anything, but just I'm free to enjoy what I like to enjoy, and if I don't like it, then I don't like it. I mean, if you don't like Zamasu, you don't like Zamasu, which is fine. I just wouldn't consider him the worst. Anyway,
preach.
I'm gonna skip a couple here. If you're looking at this, then you're free to.
Oh, I'm not looking at it, but okay.
Whatever. No, I was just like, I brought you in here to bounce off of. I thought you might want to. Okay. Why do you think SS God Red is stronger than Blue?
It's not.
I don't. Oh, why do people think? I mean, I misread.
I guess the universe stuff.
I don't know.
Because it's in the manga too. The whole Beerus and Goku are gonna destroy the universe with their punches. So it's like I think, but then again, it's like I think people really just gotta remember that Vegeta was shaking the freaking entire planet when he was gonna use the Galico. But how come Cell and Goku weren't even creating the typhoons or hurricanes that Vegeta was creating? It's just like you just gotta remember they have better. I know. I don't really want to use this word because it's been thrown around a lot, but they just have better ki control at that point in time. You know what I mean? Because at that point in time, bro, Piccolo freaking flicked his wrist and blew up the moon in the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. Goku in his base by the Cell arc or the Cell Games arc, he could blow up the entire planet by taking one huge shit. So he has to. They have incredible ki control, like they're restrained. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to function daily. It's like.
Oh my god! Yeah, like that's absolutely true. I mean, I'm. Oh, you're right. Like, but they mentioned that in the Cell arc. They mentioned that, like, just how much they're holding back. I mean, it's been apparent since the beginning of Dragon Ball, really, just how much they're holding back.
Oh yeah, definitely. But didn't even
Like,
Wasn't that the whole point of the training?
I mean, like when they entered the 21st tournament, Goku like took out like a mountain of a guy just by tapping him on the back. So, I mean,
Yeah, I wish I could do that, bro. I wouldn't be bullied.
I hate Pilaf and Super. I want to choke him, and not in a good way.
Seek some help, bro. I'm just kidding.
British Broadcasting Company. What about the BBC? I mean, okay. Oh, for whatever reason, we're talking about the BBC. I don't know. What's your favorite Dragon Ball Super arc so far? Gotta go with the first one. I like the Battle of Gods arc. I thought it was pretty good.
ROF arc.
Really?
Nah,
probably. Elaborate.
Probably the Future Trunks arc. I think that so far has been solid. But Universe Survival arc, though, I'm kind of really enjoying the character moments in this arc. So it might change. It might change for me once this arc is done.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I think so too. I think so too. It just depends on how they, because you and I, like, we have our opinions about it and we have our problems with it. Really, I mean, truthfully, we don't necessarily know whether it's going to work out. Like any of this arc, there's some really bad signs that indicate that it's not going to end up very well. Like, it won't play out very well, but there are some indications that it's actually going to be awesome. So we're just going to wait and see.
Yeah, 2 words, bro. Goku and Jiren. No, wait, that's 3 words. 3 words, bro. Goku and Jiren.
Well, if it's anything like Goku versus Hit is the most epic fight I feel like has ever been done in Dragon Ball.
In all of Dragon Ball?
In all of Dragon Ball. Like, it's short, sweet, to the point, doesn't like meander or anything. It's just epicness for like literally.
Mark.
Yeah.
Have you been drinking, man?
No.
Are you okay? We're here. You can talk to us, man.
You don't think so? That's such a cool fight.
I mean, I like it, but dude. I mean, the best fight for me is easily Goku versus Piccolo Jr. Then after that, Goku versus Cell. And no, guys, I'm not a Goku fanboy. It's just that motherfucker is in the best fights.
Okay, no, like, yeah, I understand. Like, Piccolo Jr. fight, like, that's an epic fight, and it's not too long and everything. That's really, I guess, like, Dragon Ball is its own thing. Because, like, once Dragon Ball Z came around, it got, like, each fight just got a little too ridiculous. They get pretty bad. Honestly, like, if I was going to go outside of that fight, though, just in terms of, like, pure, straight to the point epicness, I think one of my favorite fights is Goku versus Majin Vegeta. That's an epic fight. Goku versus Majunior is the best for me. That makes sense. Dr. Raditz, the dude that turned guys into carrots, versus Zeno. Dr. Rabbit. I don't think, I mean, like, Boo turned Vegito into a piece of candy and took him, like, got his shit wrecked, so I'm sure even if Zeno was turned into a carrot, he would still kill anyone. I think MJ's gone.
My bad. My mom bought me underwear.
Okie dokes.
I'm not kidding. She knocked on my door and brought me underwear.
Were you not wearing underwear? Were you really looking?
No. She bought me under from the store. The fuck?
Wait, okay. Redirect this question to Skype, because you don't like these kind of questions. I think it's first, second, third potential wise Gohan, Trunks, and Goten. Also, since Goten and Trunks have more potential than their fathers,
Yeah, I think something's mentioned, right? When the Saiyans don't have tails, they have more potential than the Saiyans that do, or something like that. I could be wrong. I just think there's a guy that mentions that. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I mean, the fact that Goten went Super Saiyan so easily, that kind of confirms it.
I mean, like, half Saiyans ruin like power scaling in this show. They do. They wreck it. I mean, Frieza does, but like half Saiyans more on a more consistent scale, like ruin power scaling in terms of like how much potential they have. Frieza did it once. Gohan's done it countless times, and Goten and Trunks have done it ridiculously. Or Goten and Trunks. Do you think after this arc they'll have a time skip? Yes, I do think they're gonna have a time skip. It would be interesting if they didn't, but I feel like it would be more interesting if they did. And I don't. But the only reason I can imagine them not doing a time skip, even though they're coming dangerously close to that time in the timeline, is you're going to have to either rewrite Dragon Ball Z's ending a lot, or you're going to have to fundamentally change Goku's character going forward in Super. And the last time they tried to do that in GT, it didn't go well. Like, as much as everyone wants to complain about Goku's character in Super, like, he is pretty true to himself throughout. And maybe him becoming a mentor is the next step, like, next evolutionary step in his growth and development. But we're just going to have to wait and see. I personally don't know how that... Like, I don't know how making him a mentor keeps him at the forefront of the series. And like I've argued a lot, I don't necessarily think he even deserves to be at this point. There's a wealth of other potential and faces that the show has introduced throughout its run that can take over in a really compelling and interesting way. Just to name a couple: Goten, Trunks, Pan, potentially Oob, maybe even Brawl. All those characters can take over really in a really fundamental way. But because this is Goku's show and he's the face of the franchise, you can't really get rid of that. So
there's actually something I wanted to bring up to you for a future video if it actually warrants a video topic. But basically, in the manga, I'm not sure if you noticed this, but in the Dragon Ball Super manga, I know you don't really like the manga that much, real, but in the manga, I'm not too sure if you noticed that Goku doesn't have a symbol. In the Future Trunks arc, he does not. He is not wearing that symbol that he's wearing in Super. He's wearing the Buu arc gi, where there's no symbol. It's just the orange and blue.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually find that very interesting because I've actually become fond to the way that Toyotaro draws Goku. I actually posted a picture. I think I sent it to you one time where he drew Goku, and Goku actually looks pretty old. Like, he actually looks like a veteran warrior. And the idea of Goku going back to a symbol after Whis, I feel like what he should have done is went back to the regular orange gi, the one he wore in the Buu arc, to kind of symbolize that he's no longer a student. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That, he was a student for a while under Whis, for like a year or whatever, or a year or two. But then after that, he went back to just wearing no symbol because he's not a student anymore. I think that would have been cooler. And I think that Toyotaro may be going that route because obviously we know the End of Z's coming up. And if you know the End of Z outfit for Goku, he doesn't wear a symbol,
Mm-hmm.
So that is how I kind of like that. But that's just my headcanon. Who knows? Toyotaro just may be fucking with me. But.
I mean, I liked... I have a problem with the way Super's treated its characters' wardrobes. The only person I've liked is Bulma, because Bulma like changes her look every now and then. I really like the Fakatsu no F gi, and the fact that Goku would still decides to go train with Whis, just makes me feel like he's still his student. So they should be like together in that sense. So.
Okay, I see your point.
And I just hate the fact that they went back to their Buu arc, or like it's actually like Cell arc, really, like gi.
Oh yeah, bro, Goku. I mean, Vegeta went back to the Cell arc. You know what I think it
it's just
is?
annoying to me. Like, I feel like they should, like, this is a brand new series. Just give us something new to look at. Like, make them evolve, because a lot of what we've seen throughout, especially when you look at Gi, like you were saying with Goku and the symbols and stuff, is fundamental to their characters and how they interact with each other, and how much growth that they've possessed throughout. So you have, like, some of the things to point out from this franchise, or this show in particular, is like, look at Vegeta. Every time we see him when he's relaxing in Dragon Ball, he was in Z, he was never ever in civilian clothes unless Bulma made him, and he literally did not have any armor that wasn't like completely torn to shit. This time, every time we see him relaxing outside of the Battle of Gods arc, he is in like civilian clothes. He's not in his armor. It's not like anything. He's a fundamentally different character than he was when we first met him. Goku is still the same person. And one of the cool things about his gi at the end of Dragon Ball Z is it really does showcase just how much he's grown. And one of the things that I liked is like the style of that gi in the last part of Dragon Ball Super, or in the last part of Dragon Ball Z, was more akin to the style that Whis gave him. I mean, it's not tucked in. It has like kind of the flap, like the shirt's longer and tied with and tied down with the belt and all this other stuff. And I really just want them to evolve these characters and show them in different looks, especially now that we're in this particular arc, because like you said,
I think it just has to do with toys, bro.
That doesn't make sense to me. Like, they've been wearing these clothes. Like, there's no difference.
Like, I could be wrong. Like, someone may actually have like stats on this, but could it be that you think maybe they chose these certain type of outfits for Goku and Vegeta because maybe that's when they were the most popular? Like, because they're wearing like different time period outfits. Like, Vegeta's wearing his blue armor that he wore against Cell. He's not wearing the Buu arc. He's not wearing the Namek. He's wearing the Cell stuff. And then Goku went back to looking like how he did in the Saiyan Saga with the symbol on the back and the symbol on the front. So it's like, I wonder if it's like they're trying to do like appealing to like the most iconic portions of Goku and Vegeta. Mm-hmm. I'm not too sure.
That's true. Yes, I would, and yes, Steven, I definitely did like Bulma in the shower scene. That's one of my favorite scenes in this show right now. It's so funny. And also Bulma in the shower. Anyway, moving on. Have you ever heard of the new Mayan calendar predicting the end of the world, October 12, 2020? Are you ready to die, Mark?
I need to get laid soon.
You got a couple years.
Yeah, but that's like eternity for me, bro. I'm fat.
If not 420, anyone not stop smoking?
I never asked. Do you smoke, Mark?
Nope.
Pussy. I'm just kidding.
Probably gonna stop this soon. I need to either get back to studying or... No, fuck it. I'm just gonna fuck around. I don't really care.
Keep this going, bro.
No, I'm gonna end it soon. It's getting late.
It's not late for me, bro. This is about the time where I start rubbing one out, bro.
You already did.
I don't think you understand how many times I do this a day.
It's pretty good.
Alright, what are some good questions, bro? Take some good ones, bro. No offense, you guys have all been good questions. I'm just saying. Get some good ones to end it off.
Chucky. I'm sure MJ has a wealth of opinions on this topic.
Yeah, Chucky fucks him up, bro. He took out Jack, bro, from Three's Company, dude. If you can take out Jack from Three's Company, dude, you can take out Jigsaw, bro. Come on. R.I.P. John Ritter.
Two fundamentally different characters. What they really should do is we should start building up to like a classic horror movie, like not Jigsaw, because Jigsaw wouldn't work in this, but you take like people like Chucky and Jason, Freddy, Michael Myers, Hellraiser, Ash, and all those characters, and start making like an extended universe with those people. That'd be pretty epic.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I can't take very many. There's not a lot.
Or do eeny, meeny, miny, mo, bro. Come on. Last
Oh,
one. Or just answer the last one.
uh, give the fusion of Vegito and Gotenks a name.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Alright, let's see. Okay, Vegito and Gotenks.
Uh-huh. Vojinko.
I was tempted to say vagina, but no. Fuck.
Why is everyone stupid? Why is everyone stupid enough to believe that A times
Go Vito! Here we go.
Bovito?
I said go Vito. No, that sounds too much like Danny DeVito.
It would
Go
like
Vito.
the imperfect fat fusions would probably be exactly what that would be. Okay. Why is everyone stupid enough to believe that A times B fusion formula when Kabito Kai's, oh wow, I can't even spell right now. Kabito Kai's weakness debunks it just by existing. What's his weakness?
I think he's okay, read that one more time.
Why is everyone stupid enough to believe that A times B fusion formula, when Kabito Kai's weakness debunks it just by existing? I mean, what's his weakness? Are you just saying like he's not like that much stronger? I think he is. He just never fights.
Believe super exciting guides say that Goku and Vegeta's Potara fusion is A times B, or it's closer to multiplication, so like Vegeta times Goku, right? And he's talking about that formula wouldn't work because it's almost like the old Kai, and I'll get to Kabito Kai, but it's almost like the old Kai is depicted as being weaker. I mean, obviously, I may have missed the statement, I may have missed the line, so you can correct me. But like I said, it's almost like depicted that the old Kai is weaker after fusing with the Witch. But see, if it really was A times B, I can understand him getting weaker because maybe like the old brittle body. But overall, his battle power should have been multiplied because we can only assume that the witch is probably like between a 1 and a 5 due to the farmer. But she was still an alien, humanoid being who has witch powers. I would have to think she's like at least a 3 to a 5. That would still make, the old Kai strong. He would still, that's multiplying whatever his power level was by 3. That should still make him strong. Moving on to Kabito. Kabito Kai is almost being depicted as just being so weak he wouldn't be of any help on the battlefield. But again, Kaioshin, it's hard to really say how strong Kaioshin was. Mike likes to think that he's like around semi-perfect cell level, like around that level, because he was like enough to kind of scare, I guess, Piccolo or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Depends on how you really want to scale him, but let's just say that he's as strong as Piccolo. Even if Kabito was freaking 500, I'm sure he's stronger than that. But even if he was just a 500, which is like literally weaker than Raditz, that would still be multiplying Piccolo's power by 500, which is huge. 500, that's more than the Super Saiyan 3 times multiplier,
If he was that, shouldn't he have been able to fight Boo?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's almost like he's being depicted as being too weak on the battlefield, but he should have been potentially stronger than any Super Saiyan 2, which would have been of great help to Goku, on the battlefield for like distractions.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. Okay, so we got a couple people asking for backstories. Oh, by the way, Steven says Vojinko sounds Govito sounds like some vegan meat.
I was thinking Govito, bro. Mark, who wins this? Danny DeVito and Schwarzenegger against Vegito and Gotenks. Who wins that?
Danny DeVito. Totally Danny DeVito. Okay, would you prefer a Beerus backstory arc or movie? Definitely movie. And then Frieza's Rise to Power special.
Oh, what happened those 4 months?
I mean, no, I think uh, literally his rise to power.
I know, I'm just fucking with you. You mean what? Like he actually?
Yeah,
Yeah, that would have been pretty cool. That would have been pretty cool.
but I agree with what Steven also says. That giving characters backstory ruins them. Some characters, I agree with that. I don't think they need backstory, either of them. The person who does need backstory is Hit. I think Hit, like, I think he's mysterious enough that it would be interesting to see a backstory. People like Beerus and Frieza don't. They're kind of on their face, like, just they're not mysterious. They're just interesting, and I think there's a difference.
And Beerus seems to be kind of lazy, so it's like, how many crazy stories could he have other than the same shit? Going to planets and then blowing them up, you know? It's like, I guess he could have wacky stories on those planets, but it's like...
Yeah, but like, yeah,
It's like,
he's
what?
so strong. Like, who's going to? Like, he even told Goku that he's never met anyone besides Whis as strong as him. So, like, even remotely, he didn't even indicate that there was anybody remotely close. So, like, what story is there to tell?
Yeah, that was the whole reason they had to go look for Monaka, because they couldn't find a strong warrior, so they had to go look for some, noob, and then they made the whole joke up, so...
Well, I think that's him being lazy. I think, like, maybe a Beerus and Champa movie that's, like, straight comedy would be fun.
I would love, like, a Brothers, like, Olympics or something, I think that'd be kind of cool.
Well, yeah, they kind of do that, right?
Yeah, like... Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
Like,
Like,
or a special or a movie or something where it's literally, like, back and forth. Them, like, their very first food contest would be great.
oh, yeah, that's true. That would be good.
DeVito wins. In streaming Dragon Ball No. I don't like. I'm not really a game guy. I've really outgrown it.
Yeah, Mark's too old for that. He's about to get in that pussy. No.
Okay, whatever. No, we're not going there. Beating the shit out of Tagoma for 4 months. Yep. Golden wanting to let you know that you're not in Mark's channel docs.
Can we just take a moment to think about how tragic Taguma's life was towards the end? Like, he really should have just asked the writers to do the whole kill me like they did in the movie, because think about it, dude. He got beat up for 4 months straight by Frieza, like total beatdowns to the point to where he was so battered that they had to put him in the rejuvenation tank every single day. And then on top of that, yeah, he gets strong, but what happens to him? He turns into a fucking frog. It's like... That's so depressing, dude. They should just killed him off. That would have been way worse. I mean, way easier on him, dude. Come on.
I wanted, like, what I thought. Man, this is long ago. What I wanted before we knew it was gonna happen, and we knew Ginyu was coming back, and we all knew like Ginyu was gonna take Tagoma's body because, of course. My big theory there was like I wanted Frieza to kill Ginyu. Like I wanted Ginyu to I wanted Tagoma to come in, wreck everybody. Like, haha, I'm stronger. Like, I'm a tank now. I can take whatever you want. And, like, I can also bring it and kick all y'all's asses and all that, whatever. And Frieza's sitting there the whole time like, yeah, like, I'm a lazy son of a bitch. I don't have to do anything. I just want to, I want these people to get hurt so Goku comes and fights me. Because that's the person I want to fight. That fucking monkey, whatever. Racist. And the one thing about that I thought was interesting is yeah, so it's like you said, Tagoma's for 4 months, Tagoma's been just being fucking ragdolled every single fucking day, and he's he must be Zenkai like a motherfucker. I mean, think about how weird Dragon Ball Super is. Everyone's Zenkais. There's no way of explaining that. There's no other way of explaining Tagoma's character other than the concept of Zenkai. Because he would be dead. He would be dead so many times over. Because, if he wasn't getting stronger every single day, it's indicated, there's no way that Frieza would be that strong. Because, their first fight, Frieza was probably just, literally, punch like he did Gohan. And it was done. And you can't do that for 4 months. You can't do that for fucking 4 months and expect any results. He was basically fighting a baby. I'm not gonna go punch a baby for 4 months and 4 months and end up being that strong. No, I don't care how much of a prodigy you are. So, I think it would be interesting, and I really wanted this to happen because we never necessarily saw this with Frieza having respect for one of his subordinates. He just basically. He basically hated he didn't hate everyone, but he didn't really care about anyone either. And he felt the same way with Tagoma, but he should have had some, at least, reservations about Tagoma either having his body stolen or anything like that. He shouldn't have just been fucking cool with it because he just spent 4 months with the guy. So what should have happened is Ginyu takes over Tagoma's body, and then he's like, Lord Frieza, I'm back. I hate Vegeta and all this because of all this has happened, and I've been a loyal servant for you, and blah blah blah. And Frieza's just like fucking dying, just kill him. Because at the same time, it's like, look, basic concept. I liked that guy. That guy got my whole philosophy. That guy trained with me for 4 months. I have some connection to him. I've never trained with anyone. I trained with him. I have connection to him. You took his body. You're a symbol of the past. You're a symbol of my weakness. Death. And then you're like, oh shit, things just got real. Frieza's, then you see, then it shored up a lot of the points. You brought back the ruthless Frieza that we all know and love without having to kill fucking Piccolo. In that wasted moment of a scene, you could have killed his subordinate, someone he probably cared about, and be like, yeah, Frieza's a fucking hard ass, and this is the Frieza I remember. So, they didn't do that.
No, I get you, man. I get you.
When does it ever say that, okay, that would go against Frieza's personality, and Frieza actually liked Ginyu more. Because he put up with the Ginyu's poses. Where is that stated?
Wait. What does he say?
He says that would go against Frieza's personality, and Frieza actually liked Ginyu more because he put up with Ginyu's poses. That doesn't indicate liking. I mean, it's his special force. They go do his shit for him. There's no indication that he likes them.
Who knows? Maybe Frieza had a special thing with Ginyu. Maybe they packed together. Who knows?
Oh my god!
What was that?
Ginyu, but Ginyu is an OG. I really don't like Ginyu. A lot of people like the Ginyu Force. I really don't like it. I understand the whole Super Sentai thing, but no.
Mark, are you drunk? Have you been drinking?
No.
Okay. Just making sure.
Do you think Future Zamasu feels pain? Yes, I think he feels a lot of pain. I mean,
I've gotten that so many times, man. Today, someone asked me that, dude.
I don't like Frieza. I don't like Golden Frieza. They overused it. They've overused Frieza at this point. Goten, stop sucking on that drink. It's empty. SSR Black says sup.
To me?
To you.
What's up, SSR Black? That's my homie right there. If you didn't notice, my profile picture is Damasu, so we're future and present.
Future and present. I guess he's future.
Aren't you like the Goten Black theory that everyone hates, right?
Dude, I got so much hate on that. My favorite is we did that video. It kind of blew up. I mean, for me, it blew up, and I think my number one most common comment on that is Goten doesn't exist in Trunks' timeline. I'm like, so you didn't look at the video. You didn't watch any of it. Because I'm pretty sure it's the first thing we said is I understand, but just hear us out. And yada yada yada. Sup, SSR Black?
That's so fucking hilarious. Goten doesn't exist in.
Like, people got mad about it too. It's like they called me out for being a fucking dumbass. I was like, I'm not a dumbass. You're the dumbass. Like, you make yourself look so dumb. Ooh, Bulma X Makarita. Makarita or Vados.
Who are you going with?
Hard question. I don't know. I like Vados.
I don't know, dude. Because when Margarita with those pigtails, I've always had like this fantasy, dude. Like where like a chick's riding me, right? And like the pigtails are just like flapping, dude. You know what I'm saying?
I thought you were gonna say like you're going at it from behind and the pigtails are like handlebars.
see, you just kind of hit a chord because I actually at one time fucked a girl with pigtails and I did that position, but I didn't get to do the position of the riding, so I'm a bit upset about that. And yeah,
Man. Pigtails are hot though. It was hot.
it's the same with this one chick. I was dating this one chick with the huge. What?
That's pretty funny. We're gonna get.
I was gonna give you guys a cool story, but I guess not.
It's midnight. It's midnight, so this is up late. This is like not safe for work anymore. I think it's appropriate. We're no longer in family friendly territory.
So y'all don't want to hear the story then, because it was a fun story, but I guess not. Then whatever.
You can tell it.
Okay, well, anyways, I was dating this one chick, right? And so basically, when I went over to her house, right? Shit, dude, we fucked like 6 times, man. It was crazy. But anyways, so we fucked 6 times that first weekend, right? And then the next weekend, right? We fucked some more the next weekend, and we did like a lot of shit, shower, sex, right, and everything, right? But she had a big ass, like a real big ass. You know, one of those asses that just like boom, boom, boom. You know, like, you just want to smack like whenever they're riding you, right? I forgot to do the reverse cowgirl position with her, man. Until this day, it fucking irks me, dude. Like I wanted to do that position with her, just never did it. And we did so much wacky shit, like in the kitchen, shower sex, but we just couldn't. Fuck, dude. I wanted to do that position, I just never did it. Pissed me off. Well, that's the story.
Interesting story. I never really thought like that would be on my channel. In fact, I don't think I'm going to save this now, but I'll probably make sure it's off my channel. Just, it is what it is. It's late night talks. But no, I mean...
My bad, I'm sorry.
No, I feel your pain, man. I feel your pain. I know how it is. SSR
Of course you do, man.
SSR Black says, nice story. Yeah, dude, so going back to like something that Jay said up here is like, can you do more debates like the sexy swoon in Dragon Ball? That video had me cracking up. You guys are hilarious. Keep it up. Yeah, like honestly, I've been thinking of actually doing more debates sans Kanji just because it's hard to get him back. Honestly, I don't know. Like I love Kanji. He's my bro. I've tried, man. Like it's been so long. Like, and he has he says he's coming back. We'll see. Like people say they're coming back. They make a video coming back, and then they don't come back. So, so we're gonna have to wait and see. I feel like I'm just gonna support him. I'll do anything that he asks. If he wants me on a video, that's fine. If he's available, I'm gonna have him on anytime I can. Like I said earlier, it's hard to really get in touch with him. We just have such different schedules. It's crazy. Especially with the time difference, it's hard. And so you just never really know. But getting back to it, like that's one of the reasons I don't do a lot of debates anymore. It's because I don't have Kanji with me, and I got into a situation where I didn't want to do any debates without Kanji, because he just brings so much energy and fun to the situation. I mean, just whatever I decide to talk about, he always makes funny, and we have a lot of fun with it. But if he's not going to be around, then I'm going to have to figure out a way to do them without him, because I really wanted, especially months ago, like almost a year ago at this point, or about a year ago at this point, I really wanted the debates to be like a mainstay, like a staple in my channel. I wanted to do them like every week at the beginning, and then I wanted to do it like every 2 weeks and stuff. And I have a lot of ideas for them. Same thing with the Suican half hours, if you guys remember those. I'm actually, and because I'm going into finals, I'm going to have a couple of re-uploads for people who have been around for a long time. Obviously, there's people who, I mean, you guys, some of you guys have noticed this. I'm going to be having some re-uploads. Not a lot, not a ton, but you will see things you've probably already seen before from months ago or even like a year ago or something. But I'm going to be re-uploading the 3 Suican half hours that I did with Kanji about a year ago, because not only have I grown a lot since then, but also I thought that those are really funny. Those are really great concepts, and it's something that I would like to do more of in the future. In fact, MJ and I have discussed doing. MJ and I have really discussed doing a Suican half hour where we sit around on webcam, we drink, and we watch and react to Dragon Ball Evolution. So, because I have it, I don't know if MJ has it.
I could rent it, I guess.
Yeah.
Ew.
But like, yeah, it's like we watch it at the same time, or maybe since MJ and I live pretty close, I mean, we could probably set up a situation where we're actually like in the same room doing it, and be even better, because then it'd just be easier actually. But I mean, that's not anywhere close to happening anytime soon. It would just be really funny. But yeah, wanting to do more Suican half hours, wanting to do more debates. I like the funny stuff, guys. I really like doing the funny stuff. Much more than just discussing things. I like having fun and being a little raunchy on the channel. But like I said, a lot of that in the beginning, and even now, was tied to Kanji. And with his extended hiatus, I've told him this, but like, I don't want to do it without him, and you know, that's just a decision I'm gonna have to make at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Has MJ seen my face? I'm sure he's seen my face. Maybe not.
No, I haven't seen your face.
You haven't seen my face? I've done face reveals.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You know what's funny? We're friends on Facebook, so yeah, I think I have seen your face.
Yeah, you should. You should by now. Yeah, we have been friends.
Yeah, I think so. You're that sexy motherfucker with a beard, right? Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's
Yeah.
Mike. That's Mike.
No. You know, you should have said that's me, dude. I'm a bit like
That's
offended.
right. You do have a beard. You have that beard with like no mustache. Why do you shave the mustache? Like, do the sexy mustache with it. Make it full on.
You keep hitting a fucking chord tonight. I can't grow a mustache. I've been trying to for the last 7 years, motherfucker.
You serious?
Yeah, I can't grow one.
Why? you grow a nice beard though. Like, I don't understand.
I don't either, dude. Somehow I defy all fucking logic, okay? I don't know why. It's like, you know how people who can't grow full beards, they have patches?
Mm-hmm.
I have a patch above my fucking upper lip, okay?
I'll tell you this though, like, the mustache is the worst part about a beard though. So you're in a good position.
Don't try to make me feel better.
I'm just saying, this is the worst part. Like, I have friends who like really can't just grow facial hair at all. It's like I actually envy those guys, the guys who can't, because it's like the only real reason I have a beard is because I'm lazy as fuck. I do want a mustache ride.
I can't grow one and it pisses me off. I think I'm sad now.
I'm sorry.
That's cool. I'm bipolar. My bad. No, shouldn't say that. Shouldn't say that. Shouldn't say that.
Yeah, Kanji did say. Kanji told me he was coming back, too. Uh, well, I'll see.
I'm pretty sure he said the same thing to me too. He's just busy right now, guys.
Yeah, he's busy. I mean, I'm not gonna get into his own personal stuff. He's been busy. Like his hiatus has not been a bad thing for his personal life. It's just, I've made it clear to him that I think he's hurting his channel. It's just that's a fact at this point.
Hmm. Well, I mean, look at Quinn. Qualman, he took a hiatus and he came back. He had some personal problems, but he came back and look, he's doing good now on his channel.
I'm not saying otherwise. I'm just saying, like in general, like Quinn had like 175,000 subs. Like it's always going to be easier for him to get back into it.
That's true.
Otto Sotoa.
Why not both?
You like those pink? You like those blue women?
At the same time, right? Mm-hmm. Right, real? Yeah.
Toa, because Toa's like way more of a dom, and I like dominant women. Sexy as fuck.
I thought you said you like dom from like the Fast and the Furious. I was like, all right.
Whatever floats your boat, man.
Not judging, man. Good for you.
I like dom. I do like dom.
I don't care for him. It gave me a bad taste in my mouth after I saw that. I saw a little bit of that movie, Triple X. I just was not me, dude.
Were you expecting something else?
I was, to be honest, I was expecting a little James Bond, a little raunchy James Bond. That's what I was expecting. Like I was expecting James Bond with the Corona. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like I was expecting that, but instead I got like a cheesy, bad Schwarzenegger movie, dude. Like way worse. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I was expecting, man. I was expecting it to be a popcorn movie, but I walked in there like with my popcorn, and I walked out sad and fatter because I ate a whole bunch of popcorn.
Dude, I cannot. Personally, when I go to the movie theater, I go a lot. Like I cannot skip up the popcorn. When you walk in there and that smell hits you, and you're just like, oh man, I want popcorn right now. Get the large popcorn, go sit and watch my movie. Man,
yeah,
nostalgic. Plus, like, I'm not gonna be able to get there for a while. Like, to go to see a movie for a while. Did you watch any of the Fast and Furious? Can you say your favorite? Because someone's asking.
My favorite, probably, it's a bit cliche, but probably Fast 5.
Yeah, Fast 5.
That seems to be like everyone's. Well, I guess it's not too cliche. I mean, it's just a decent film. It's either that one or probably, again, probably a bit cliche, but Fast 7. I thought they were actually solid films. Some people really do like the first one, the Fast and the Furious, but I really didn't, dude. I just thought it was a bit too.
No,
I don't want to say the words generic, but it was just a bit.
It is. It's Point Break.
Yeah, it's Point Break. I was about to say that it's basically Point Break, and it just doesn't have Swayze in it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, we have that fucking knockoff Schwarzenegger who lost his hair, dude. No offense to people who like him. I'm just saying.
What if they move all the losing universes to the one winning universe and bring up the mortal level to compete with universe 1, 12, 5, and 8? That's a good. Like, I think that's something they really would probably do. I really think like if they did that, like that would be an interesting move for them to make. Because they're not going to ask Zeno. I don't want Zeno to kind of go back on his promise, and I don't want them to just use the Dragon Ball to wish back the universes, because that kind of defeats the entire purpose. But using the Super Dragon Balls to wish all the other people who would have been in those universes into universe 7 or something would be interesting.
Yeah, that really would be interesting.
Considering there's only 28 fucking planets in an entire universe with living life, I mean, I'm sure they can fucking support it. Like,
They're gonna. I just think I can just imagine like Shin just screaming if that were to happen because he'd be like, "Oh, I can't be lazy, man."
here's an interesting thing if you want to delve into this.
What is it?
This will probably be the last one, considering I'm going to go soon. But I do think that this is an interesting thing that should be addressed, especially just in a general discussion like this. Uh, why the fuck is there so much petty drama amongst the DB YouTubers? It's really cringy. It's really cringy whenever I see it on Twitter. I don't see you dudes really getting involved. Big ups. Do you want to take that? I
I don't even know what he's referring to, but
I mean, I don't think he's referring to anything in particular. I just think he's asking like in general.
I guess I hate drama, so I kind of just stay away from it. You know what I mean? And I try to be cool with everybody, but I mean, you would really have to do something stupid. Like I'm talking like really, really stupid for me not to like you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
So
like,
most of the time, I'm like that. I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry. We're not like. I'm not going to talk about anyone in particular. I have seen it myself. I've personally gone to. I don't get like involved with it, and MJ and I both. I mean, it's not like we haven't been involved with this stuff, or at least involved with people who've been part of it. But we stay out of it. MJ and I have both made it a point in the past to speak up privately in a less public forum to people that we communicate with, or if we become involved with this stuff. I personally, I think, and this is just my opinion, not directed at anybody, but I really think that why tempers become so hot is because as much as you guys want to say, or as much as anyone who doesn't do this, because I fairly sure I know enough people now, not so much when I started, but I knew a lot of people, I knew less people when I started. Most people I did talk to did it as a hobby. Now that I've been doing this for a while, I know a lot of people who do it for a living.
Mm.
And I think one of the things that really stands out with this particular stuff is when you're doing something for a living, you don't want anything. It's a hard job with no job security. You can literally wake up at any given time and YouTube's taken down your channel for whatever reason, and you have to fight to get it back, or people can just drop off. I mean, it's very fickle. Like MJ and I both, like everyone here listening to this right now is so unbelievably amazing. All of you guys who come here on a freaking Thursday night at 12:25 or later and listen to us talk and interact with us online, it's amazing. And genuinely like our content or like us as people is absolutely just so fucking amazing. I don't think, and MJ, like, I don't know if you did either, like, when you started this, if you would actually get as many people as you have now who genuinely enjoy what you put out there and opinions that you have, so much that they ask you to share your opinions on things that you haven't even thought about. Or people like Steven, if he's still in here, who go out of their way to make you something. And it, that, as good as that is, and as awesome as that, like, as good of a feeling as that is, one of the things that happens is when you put yourself out there at a really big level, especially like some of these people who MJ are you at 7,000 now?
Close to it, yeah.
Yeah, so like MJ with 7K, whoop whoop, and I'm almost at I'm almost at um 4,500 myself. I think that as you get bigger, you get more of these people who are passionate about the stuff that you want to talk about, no matter what it is. But you also get a lot of people whose sole priority in life just seems to be taking you down a notch because you've done something to antagonize them, or you've done something to hurt them, or you don't think that they're right or something, and it's all really petty. And like I said, I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I don't really experience this as much as you want to sit around or we laugh about people who don't listen to the videos before they comment something stupid. I think that's just all around what YouTube is, or just the internet in general. But you do have these people who are keyboard warriors who attack, and it comes from a place of I guess concept of superiority or loyalty or something of that nature, either to the fandom that you like, someone that you like on YouTube other than that other person, and all this other stuff. And it's not something that's in a bottle. It's not just because like, oh, this commenter pissed me off or this person pissed me off. Everyone experiences that. It doesn't matter how big you are, how much recognition you are, because you're not necessarily your sub count. But people do take it like that. And because, like I said earlier, people have this opinion of their channels or something. It's their livelihood, and they don't want it to go away. So if someone or a group of people or someone in particular who's just as big as them or bigger attacks them, and because of the loyalty that those people's audience might feel, it starts threatening that, and you want to protect yourself because there's emotions involved, there's financial troubles involved, or financial entities, family to think about, all this other stuff, and it just kind of boils over. And a lot of people might think that, okay, this stuff, like, it's YouTube, it's Dragon Ball, it's movies, it's box office stuff, it's fucking Saw franchise.
Yeah.
It's useless. Well, it's not. It's not to some people. And it doesn't have to be money. It could just be literally just being a fan of something and thinking other people are wrong. You just have a bigger audience. We're all petty to some degree. And I'm just rambling, but I really feel that the thing that drives passion on YouTube is the thing that creates this, quote unquote, petty arguments between people online. And I really think the one thing I would really hope for people to do, and I know this isn't going to happen anytime soon, but I agree with it. Even people I respect, I don't like to see them get into these fights. I don't like to see this stuff. I don't think it really solves many problems, and I've told people that several times privately. But I hope never to get involved in that. But like I said, tempers flare. So
yeah, I get your point, man. I get your point. I can listen to you ramble all night long, bro.
I'm not using any particular. I'm just talking straight. I'm not using anyone as an example.
It's just funny because he asked that question, but there has been drama, and I know the YouTuber. That's what I asked. I didn't know who he was talking about in general, or because it was just funny,
Is there
because sometimes
there was drama right now.
Yeah, there's drama like going on recently.
Oh, okay, whatever. Like, what were you gonna say though? I'm sorry.
I don't even know what I was gonna say, dude. I just said that I like most people, you know, so I tend not to get into arguments with people because again, I like everybody. You have to really do something fucked up for me not to like you.
Yeah, no, I agree. We have like we have these situations. I feel when like some people, and not everybody, but some people, I understand why people don't necessarily like other people and for what other reasons. Um, but it is YouTube. It is kind of an online source, and no matter what you want to think of it, it's, you know, it's Dragon Ball, or it's law school, or it's something. I mean, I'm getting to a point in life, and I think it comes with age more so than anything else, but where the world's not falling down around me
Yeah.
on everything. On everything. And I remember, like, it makes me so weirded out that I have a test in less than 48 hours. I'm not prepared for. Like, I don't know how I'm going to do on that test. I really don't. And even just last semester, I was freaking out, and now I'm just going to do the best I can. I can't control all outcomes in life.
Mm-hmm.
And it's best just to take life as something that, you know, it's just it's just this road of obstacles. I had a friend once, and I don't know why this was profound, but a little real talk here. Ha! I had a friend once who, it was college. I had been single for a while, and you know, when everybody knows that situation, you just feel like you're just lonely, and you don't know. You don't know anyone. You don't have like a crush or anything. You just want to be with someone. You just like, that's your main goal in life.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, what am I going to do after school? It's not what I'm going to do next, like what all this other stuff. Like, you have, and it doesn't matter whether it's relationships either. It could be your test coming up. It could be something. It could be like a video you're making, or you know, like, or MJ. Not that this is your main goal right now, but you know, it could be like your road to 10K or 20K, whatever. And it eggs on you, and it just just pulls at every fucking string you have, and you just don't want it to basically disappear. Like, you just want that one problem solved, because you have this thought process in your head that if I solve this problem, like, everything else is just going to be a cakewalk. Like, if I could just pass that class, if I could just find a girlfriend, if I can just something, if I can get 5,000 subscribers, or 10,000, 30, or 40, 50, 100. And he sat me down, we got a beer, and he was like, look, it's like, real talk, man. Like, you think this now, but realize that it's not going to be your thought in the future. As soon as you find what you're looking for, it's going to get replaced immediately. And I mean, that's a fact about life. You can't necessarily say that that's not true. It's just not something we think about. Like, we think so in the moment sometimes, or so into the future sometimes, that we forget the present, and we forget, or even the past, and we forget all the other obstacles that we've conquered in order to get where we are, or why we're here. And we feel like all that is useless compared to this one particular monumental task that's going to derail my entire life if I don't succeed. And It's just not true. And I think the same. I think the same is and can be said about arguments or anything else. It's just when you're in that moment, and you're hot-headed. It's just the thing that brings you to the point where you feel like you have to say something because you can't stay silent anymore or anything like that, because this is the most pressing matter that has ever been.
Yeah.
So,
man, dude, you spoke some real shit, pun intended. Remember, guys, Real to Real's like 30 years old, so he's wise.
oh my god.
No, but yeah, I completely agree with you.
Yeah,
I could add this on, though. That the reason why there might be arguments is because maybe somebody, a part of that argument, whichever party, has a small dick. So that could be one reason why.
I wonder where you got that.
Not me, though. I'm 4-inch army. I'm still... that women are okay with 4 inches. I'm talking about those dudes who had like those little baby motherfuckers. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I gotcha.
Nice vivid image for you guys.
Yeah, that's I like that. Like I remember when I first heard Danny said that, I was listening to one of his Q&As. And I was like, man, that was back when he used to do like a lot of Q&As. When everyone used to do a lot of Q&As, and now it's just Josh. Anyway, no, I didn't say that.
Everybody did Q&As, bro. Everybody.
Q&As were such bullshit. I hated it.
Even I was doing them, and I wasn't even on YouTube, bro. Wait, what?
Questions?
What? That was so stupid.
Even I was doing it. You're just answering questions online, just to yourself.
Oh my god, that was so stupid. I don't know why I said that.
I don't know why you said it either.
You got my head all warped right now, dude.
Guys, ask more real questions. Let's, like, whoever's here, like, ask like a, I don't know, like, I want to, if I'm going to stay on any longer, I want to talk deeply. I don't want to talk,
about a cartoon?
I don't want to talk about a cartoon or a movie anymore. Like, if I ain't going to go watch a movie right now and go stuff my face. MJ, it's not 420 anymore. Stop smoking, bro.
Whatever, dude. It's 420 every day. Every day.
It's actually 420 something today.
420. It would have been cool if it was 429 because I would have been like 429 Cloud 9. You know what I'm saying? I would have made that pun, but I can't. Unless there's a Cloud 8. Who knows? Unless there's a Cloud 8.
Exactly.
Hey, today's Mr. Hell Xeon's birthday.
I actually am subbed to him.
The last video I saw from him was the Defending Goku in Universe Survival arc. But other than that, I haven't really been watching his content. That's the last video I saw of his.
He doesn't upload as much as I'd like him to.
Mm.
But I want Xeon to I want Xeon to be okay with his content, because I think he brings some really awesome content. He always has some really great ideas, whether he's mad or enthusiastic or something. He always expresses himself in such an interesting way. And I want him to do more of that. I want him to be more comfortable with it, because he's made some update videos that discouraged me as a fan, saying that he didn't like what he pigeonholed himself into, and he didn't want to do it because he didn't think he was providing anything of substance. And I firmly disagree, and it got me a little discouraged as being his fan, like a fan of his, that like making those videos and saying like he didn't like what he was doing. And then like when you say that, I don't know why I should like or like care what it is that you're doing, and I don't want to think that. But he made like 2 or 3 of those videos, and I just kind of felt like I was gonna take a break.
Yeah, I think. Ow.
Because before I let you say this, like when it comes to Xeon's the only person in the community, and when he says he's the realest motherfucker, like I think Xeon's the only one in the community who can come into a concept angry and make a valid point. And I think that's a skill. So, anyway, what were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say that you definitely gotta have to like enjoy what you're making, because why are your subscribers gonna enjoy it? You know what I mean? And it's like, I think that's something I firmly believe in. Like, there's ideas where I just dropped because I was like, nah, I don't think I'm gonna like this. I don't think after I record it or edit it, I don't think I'm gonna like this overall topic. So I just drop it because, like I said, I just want to do stuff that I like. That's why I always run ideas, to you. However, there are those one things where I'll surprise you.
Those are always interesting videos, because I never know if I do any good on those videos.
But yeah, I agree with you. I just feel like, you should always like what you're uploading. That way your subs, like it too. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Did we get any real questions? Real to real?
What do you want to hear my perspective on? Advice for meeting women and making friends in college.
Oh, that's all you, bro. I never went to college. I missed out on the biggest pussy galore in the world, bro.
Huh. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I have any like real advice on that. It's like, you know how you meet women. You know how, like, it's. The only advice I have for meeting women, or making friends in general, people will remember you. There's some truth. You gotta speak up, and you gotta be like a lively person, and everything like that. But the real thing in life is, especially with women, is you gotta be confident. And I know, like, and the thing about any relationship really is, and I know it sucks because everyone says this, and everyone says this without explaining what the hell they're talking about. Because everyone's like, oh, that's just fucking shitty advice. And this is what I thought back in the day when I was young and impressionable and still afraid of women, or afraid of things in general. I'm still afraid of things, but afraid of social interactions like that. It's you find someone when you're not looking for them, and you're or you find a relationship when you stop looking. And like I said earlier, like for some people it's like, well, that's what I want, and that's your white whale, and you don't necessarily know when it is that you're not going to not be looking for someone, or you don't know how to not stop looking for someone, or something like that. You just want someone. And what that really means to me when somebody says fundamentally, like, you find someone or you find love when you stop looking for love, is when it boils down to it, you really have to figure out how you can fundamentally be secure and safe with yourself. Like you when you're okay being alone, that's when women take notice of you. Because when you're okay being alone, when you're okay not less letting other people, like when you're okay with like, it doesn't matter whether this girl likes me or whether like this group of people likes me as a person or something like that, because I'm just gonna do me. And say it is a girl who's like you're trying to impress. If you sit there and go, I'm okay with just being who I am, and not necessarily wondering, like, looking at a girl and wondering what her fucking kids are gonna look like. That's what turns women off. That's what overwhelms you to the point where you're too afraid to make a move, and they sense that shit. Like, women are really, they get in your mind. They know everything. Women know whether they're going to sleep with you or like you in the first 5 seconds of meeting you. It's absolutely true. But if you approach them like that, if you approach them like, I don't need you in my life, they gravitate towards it. It's so... It's a fundamental truth of being just a human being. So...
I mean, I won't be as poetic as you, Mark, when it comes to putting it like that. But yeah, as cliche as it sounds, I think just being who you are is really what matters the most. You know what I mean? That's basically what matters when it comes down to all this. Just being who you are. And it's funny though, because like people will say, well, if I'm shy, if that's who I am, if I'm just a shy person, how can I be confident? Well, being who you are that's confident in itself, because a lot of people are fake, you know what I mean? And I hate to use that word, but a lot of people in general, like they become something when they're like in front of other people, whether it's in front of a group of guys or a group of girls, or in general just a group like in public. They're kind of different, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I just feel like the fact that you can be yourself, and if you're being yourself and yourself is shy, then that takes confidence right then and there, because you're already, kind of distinguishing yourself away from the crowd, away from the other guys, you know what I mean? Away from other people. So if you can be that and just be confident, I feel like that right there, that gets a girl wet, dude. I mean, when you're just confident. Like, an example, like, look at me, like real to real, seeing me, we're friends on Facebook. I'm a fat dude, but I still get up, and I look myself in the mirror, put on my bracelet, put on my, my jewelry, put on my shit, get my BTS hat or whatever hat's hanging on my shit, right? And I just tell myself, I'm a sexy looking motherfucker, And if I go out there and if a girl turns me down, she turns me down. So what? It's like the worst a girl could ever say to you is no. So I've gotten some worse shit to no, but it's still.
Yeah. No, I completely...
It's still... So it's like, got some work shit, though. Overall, I just think being confident matters the most. Because if you're confident, dude, any girl's gonna get wet. Any.
You are a sexy motherfucker.
Very sexy. See, he knows, dude. He's seen me on Facebook. He knows, I get the hat, the jewelry, and everything. Dude, the Darth Vader shirt, dude. I'm sexy.
The only thing with you is you have the same problem I have. You got a big ass fucking head, bro. That's the only thing. Like that must be a Latino thing. Because Tito Ortiz has one. Brandon Draven from Lucha Brothers has one. I guess we Latinos have just big old heads. Mm-hmm. If you're out there, you're a Latino, and you have a big head, give me a hell yeah. Hell yeah. I was watching Stone Cold E.T. earlier, bro, and it reminded me of that.
I was gonna say, one time I was talking to this one girl, right, and I messaged her. I sent her a pic, and what do you call it? She said LOL with a heart face. I sent back saying, "Don't you see that I have a big head, right?" And she sent back, "Which one?" that to me still pops me to this day, man. That today still pops me, bro.
That's great. That's pretty good. But
you got a big ass head, bro. That's all I know. Yeah. I like how I go on my subscription and it just says study break, and I'm like, what is this about? Like, what the hell is this?
It started out as just a live stream. It kind of got a little bit deeper as time went on. I didn't think it would be on this long, but here we are.
It got a little bit deeper. Okay.
Well, we're talking about, like, I'm asking. Don't get a lot. We're not getting a ton of comments, but we're asking, like, I don't know. I'm asking like people to like ask questions. I guess any advice questions that they want. We've got a couple.
Well,
No,
what was the,
no,
what
no,
was
no,
the
no,
last,
dude.
what was the
one
last question,
The
bro?
last one we were discussing just like how to make friends in college and maybe a girlfriend and all that stuff. That's what we were answering.
Man, it's the same thing I told Quinn, bro. When you're in college, bro, like, listen, when you're in college, dude, you have to try to not be surrounded by girls. You have to, like, legit become a hermit because if you want to get laid in college, all you have to do is go to one of them frat parties, and at some point you will get laid, bro. Even if you're a straggler and you get the leftover girls, you know, the Black Sabbath fans, even if you get those, you're still gonna get something. You know, it's better than nothing.
You'll get your dick wet, you know.
Who cares?
Here's one. Is college worth it or is it a scam?
I think it depends on you because you know what it is, bro. I just say this about that. That's a great question because I think you have to have a plan. I think you should have a plan because too many kids I know go to college with no major and they're just sitting there taking like the undergraduate classes and just kind of doing that, and that's fine. But you're paying for that, dude. You got to pay student loans and. I think before you decide to go to college, you have to have a plan of what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? You have to.
Well, yeah. I'm gonna echo that too, but I'm gonna go even further. And I know this sucks, but it's not that you just don't have. You can't just have a plan. If you go to college and you don't have a plan, you're in bad trouble. Like, it's worth it. Like, Danny's right. It's so much worth it just to kind of take a break or start slower.
Oh, yeah.
Or something. Like, go into the real world if you're really not, like, sure about it. Go into the real world. And then come back. Don't let too much time pass. Go with a plan. And truth be told, go in and have a way, or at least in the matter of 4 years or 2 years or whatever you end up doing, figure out a way where you are looking for a job and you can line up a job before you get out of college. Because I'll tell you this, your GPA, your diploma, none of that's going to get you work. I think in terms of saying like it's a scam is true only because we have this love affair. We have this love affair with going to college and you'll have like so much job opportunity. It's not true. It's not true. I mean, yes.
Yeah, that is not true.
Yeah, yes, you can have job opportunities. It's true. Like, you could earn more money, but you still have to bust your ass. And you don't want to do what I did and have to bust your ass for basically nothing after school when you should have been doing it during school. And I understand. Like, I'm in this position now with law school. Some of the people I go to law school with are fucking monsters, dude. Like, I don't understand what they do or how they do it. Obviously, like, I'm trying to do this YouTube thing too, so like I got a lot on my plate most of the time. But they, like, some people go straight A students in law school and they have like summer internships and everything kind of all set up. Like, that's my plan this summer, literally. Because I want to do entertainment law, I'm going to be networking the fuck out of my time. Because if I don't do that, like, I'm fucked. If I get out of school with no prospects, I'm fucked.
No, and I just want to say you brought up a very good example that I try to tell a lot of the younger people that I talk to because, you know, most of the collaborators that we talk to are younger than we are. You know, they're usually like, you know, late teens, early 20s. And that's the importance of networking. You know, I can tell you firsthand that I have a college degree and the vast majority of my connections that I've made in my life when it comes to jobs has been because of networking more so than my degree. Yes, the degree is what you need during the interview to prove to them that you have the skill set, but how do you get the interview? See, what people don't understand is not every job, in fact, the vast majority of high-paying jobs, you're not going to find them on freaking Career Builder or on Monster or even in the newspaper. You're not. You are not going to. You either have to work your way up or you have to know somebody who knows somebody. And I've taken that I've taken that method into YouTube, with the YouTube thing. And the reason why I keep popping up on other people's channels everywhere in all sorts of different parts of the fandom, and even outside the fandom, get ready for that one very soon, is because I'm trying my best to network with these other content creators and not start beef and not start drama. That's the important thing, is when you build a channel based on negativity and things like that, it's going to reflect. But the idea is to make friends. I made a video where I ranted on Screen Rant about a month ago, and it was a very successful video, got tons of views, but at the end of the day, I somewhat regret making it, only because, first of all, that kid who made that article, he's an idiot. I mean, I'm not regretting that part, but I don't want in like 2 years, if I meet up with Screen Rant at a convention, I don't want Screen Rant to be like, I don't want them to be like, you're that asshole who made that video about us, piss off. Like, I don't want that. And the video wasn't about Screen Rant. It was about that one writer. But the problem is that shit gets misconstrued. And I remember the night that happened, a very big YouTube channel that I'm not going to name, almost 1 million subscriber channel, called me on Skype. And we had this long conversation, about 3 hours worth. And he pretty much convinced me, like, look, I see your point, bro. I see your point. But it's best just not to do that. Even though I was right, and even though that guy is spreading misinformation, it's my job to clear up the misinformation, but you don't want to make any enemies. So the best thing is not even about getting a college degree. It's to make sure you make as many friends as possible, including ones in college, because what happens is, if those friends of yours move on to get opportunities, they're going to call you, dude. They're going to call you, and you get a career.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I completely understand and agree with that. It's just... There's a situation though, and look, it's not easy. None of this is easy, because
nothing is worth it is easy.
No, I agree. It's like nothing about this is easy, even remotely, because we have this situation in college where, like I said, a love affair with it. This concept that, you go to college and you're going to be so smart, and you're going to be like, you're just going to be marketable, and everyone's going to want to hire you because you'll have a degree. It's worthless now.
By the way, Mark, I tweeted it out, so that's why you're jumping up. You're getting more followers now. I did tweet this out.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, because honestly, I actually like talking about this more than Dragon Ball, and stuff like that. I like talking about these kind of topics more because I think they're more important.
It's real talk, man.
It's real talk.
Yeah, it is real talk.
So I think we have this love affair really with getting a college degree, and we're increasingly coming up to this point where college degrees are worthless. They're basically like a GED. Now, we're not there yet. Obviously, it is still.
Hey, Amber's in the freaking thing, dude. Hello, Amber. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro.
No worries.
I just watched I just watched a video on Amber's channel. All I was seeing was the word Blue Jays on it. I don't know why, but that's what I was seeing.
But yeah, like I feel like we do, like, you don't necessarily need to get a college degree, and like just kind of reiterating, because more people are on here. One thing that Danny and I have been echoing is basically, if you're gonna go to college, which probably a majority of you are either in college or out of college, or at least thinking about it, or going anyway, have a degree plan. And that's not enough. Like, you have to be working in college for your life out of college. And it starts the day you get in. And I know it sounds tough, and it's not fair, because it's just too much going on. Like, I need to get good grades. That's what's important. I'll tell you this up front, real talk, it is not important. Grades are not everything.
Hey, Maria's in there as well. Hello, Maria. No, it's not. And I did want to say this. I'm actually working on a private, like, financial plan for content creators, or at least my partners, that I'm going to share with everybody. Who's my partner, of course. I don't know if I can do it publicly, because I'm not a trained financial planner. I just know how to do money stuff. And the reason why I even said that's because when you get out of college, you're probably going to owe a lot of student loans. Make sure you get those student loans paid off as quickly as possible. As quickly as you can, pay them off, because the worst thing. Oh, here's Quinn. Hello, Quinn. Quinn's in here now.
Uh-huh.
So no, what I was trying to tell everybody is, when them student loans hit you, like, you really want to pay them off, because the worst thing in the world, if you have to pay it, is compound interest. Mm-hmm. Now, the best thing in the world, if you're earning it, is compound interest, which is why once you get done paying off your student loans and you actually are in your 20s or 30s, you got some money coming in, that's when I suggest you invest your money to create some compound interest in mutual funds and things of that nature. Now, I'm not an expert on that either. Actually, Quinn, of all people, took a class on it. But it is one of those things where you always got to think about, what could happen. But the thing is, bro, real shit, when I was 19, I didn't give a shit about my retirement. Now that I'm, many years after 19, now I actually care a little bit, So if there's somebody listening who's 19, they're not going to give a damn. They're going to spend their money on PS4s and, and we all go through that. Right? We all go through that, though, bro. Like, we all go through that. Like, freaking, I remember when I first started making money, like, when I was, like, 19, I used to freaking blow my money on wrestling DVDs and games and all kinds of shit, man. Hey, Kendamu's in here. I keep saying hello to everybody, bro. That's a grown-ass man. See, he's even talking about how student loans are a huge way. You got to pay off your student loans, man.
Bro, my aunt still pays her student loans. She's fucking almost 40.
Yeah, I'm gonna be paying for so long. I'm already so much in debt because of school, and I know people. I'm going just to be in school. I have other things kind of taken care of with money saved and also family just being like in a good situation where I'm going to school. But some people I know, they're taking out student loans to like live in this city, in Houston no less, like right next to the freaking campus and everything. It's like, it's just too much of a waste. It's way too much of a waste. And like my sister knows somebody, a friend of ours, she went to law school, and she's a cop. A really nice girl, very, very intelligent, one of the top of the class. And because she was working as a cop, they paid for her education. She is $150,000 in debt.
Jesus Christ! Fuck.
They paid for her. They paid for her. Like, they deferred her education, so she's working it off. But the debt that she's in is not the debt from school. If you can believe that, like
what the hell is it debt from then?
It's living
credit
costs.
Cards.
It's living costs. Like, okay, isn't that crazy? Like people take, like, literally, if you're gonna go to college, like, that's a really good point. If you're gonna go to college, figure out a way that you're like be frugal. And I know it's hard because I've been there before. Like, I've literally sat there and I've looked at my fucking account.
Gunner.
I've looked at my account as it jumped from like nothing to like $9,000. And I had to give all of that money back, and it was the worst feeling in the world because
it sucks.
I had to give it up. But you have it, and you just want to spend it because it's right there. But if you don't take just as little as you possibly need, it builds up, and you are screwed for so long.
Yeah, I just want to say, you do anything with interest, you want to pay off quickly. Like, if you happen to like get a YouTube channel, for example, that blows up. Let's say you're working, you get a YouTube channel, don't quit your job. Get the YouTube channel, right? It'll blow up. Let's say it does blow up. Not everybody blows up. Let's say it does blow up and start making some money. Definitely take that money and pay student loans. I just want to say real quick, somebody in the chat was asking me about what my school grades were. They were actually pretty terrible. In high school, my GPA was 1.8. In college, it was a straight 4.0, and I made principal's honor roll. You want to know why? Because in college, I was paying for it, motherfucker. And when you pay for something, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You tend to work a little bit harder. So, no, in college, I had a straight 4.0 GPA. I was a stud in college when it came to classes. Mm-hmm. But in high school, see, the thing that people got to understand is that I went to high school when Dragon Ball Z was blowing up on Toonami. See, I went to high school during the Attitude Era. We didn't give a fuck about cross multiply. We didn't give a damn about... This is when the PS2 had first come out, right? And for those who might be wondering, PS2 might be the greatest game system of all time. So we didn't give a shit about classes, bro. We were just talking about Monday Night Raw and Dragon Ball Z. And that's real shit. That is real talk. I went to high school during the absolute boom of life, so to speak, and I'm very blessed about that. And as a result of that, I didn't give a damn. When I was in high school, I used to freaking skip classes. I did not care. But in college, it was different, bro, because I was coming out of my booty, you know? Mm-hmm. So I just want to say that because somebody asked.
Yeah. You know, you can't, like, take it seriously, but yeah, don't necessarily get too involved about what you're going to be talking about or something one way or the other. And MJ just dropped the call.
Well, that means it's just you and me now, bro. And the last time you and me were in a room together, bro, let's just say you made a lot of money and I was in pain. That's all I'm gonna say.
So guys, like, yeah, like, this is what we decided to talk about. Like, honestly, this is just going to be like a late night real talk thing. So if you're here, you want to ask like a real question and just have us answer it. There's not a lot of people in here, so like anything you want us to talk about, it's totally fine.
Sugar Fat Man is in there too, which I know him. He has his name, I can never pronounce it. It's like Sugar Fat Man, your real name is like, I've seen you so often. It's like a Swedish name or something. It's hard to say. That's why I just call him the Sugar Fat Man. But and right there in the chat, they're saying that Super Nintendo is the greatest system. See, that's what I'm saying. That the debate is there. What's the best game system? PS2, Super Nintendo, and probably I would say Game Boy Advance or Nintendo DS are probably the three. Daylin, there it is. Daylin, thank you. Anyways, because like the thing that makes PS2 so great is that PS2 had the backwards compatibility. So when you look at the library of video games, I can't laugh at Kendamu. When you look at the library of video games, PS2 has all the PS1 games and the PS2 games, and that right there puts it so above. Then for Game Boy or the original DS, you could play GBA games, and GBA games were amazing. But don't forget the SP. That was another great freaking game. So many great systems. And then Super Nintendo just had a lot of classic games. So
Super Nintendo, like, it's not necessarily even a fair match considering like what was out around the exact same time and just how much games have evolved. But in terms of like PS2, I don't know about you, because the first game I ever played, and I feel like a lot of people probably got this system because of this. I literally got the PS2. Was bigger. I was a much bigger gamer when I was younger, but I got I got the PS2 because I needed a way to convince my parents, because it was, like back when that came out, it was like the it gift for Christmas. But it was expensive.
Yeah, I got mine as a Christmas gift. Yeah.
It was expensive. Like, you had to convince. There had to be a reason. And the thing I convinced them is like, look, like, VHS is phasing out. We need to get a DVD player. And
okay. Real quick, I just want to say hello to Heather, Kendamu's wife. Check out the real quick. I didn't want to interrupt you, but no, Heather, check out the podcast I did on After Midnight about the death of Tupac and Biggie and the conspiracy there. With most downloaded show ever, and it's a really good podcast. She's into that kind of stuff. Check that out. I can't believe I plugged this man's wife, bro. What's wrong with me? Anyways, keep going. I'm always in sales mode, bro.
No worries. Awesome. So. Yeah, so like I had to convince this, like, I'm also like more of a movie guy than I ever was a video game guy, but we got it, and the first game I ever played, I'm sure a lot of people did, was GTA 3, because GTA 3 was revolutionary back then. I still feel like that's probably hands down the greatest game from PS2.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what game? Which GTA?
GTA 3.
Well, it was the best game at the time, but I think Vice City and San Andreas surpassed it.
No, yeah, like obviously, San Andreas is the best one because it's just the expansiveness of it in comparison. But I mean, just in terms of like jumping the scale up so much compared to GTA 2 to GTA 3, like, it became revolutionary. That was like the first like 3D open world video game. Changed it changed my life in terms of video games, like what was possible. And the thing is especially with that, like, it's not really why I got the PS4. Like,
Hey, Duck's in there, bro. Oh my god, everybody's in.
Like,
I'm sorry, I'm marking out. Keep going. I'm just losing.
It's like, this is crazy because like not a whole lot of people are here, but like almost everyone here is.
It's freaking 2 in the morning.
So
this is regular hours for me, bro.
So the thing is, like, in my opinion, I actually got, and like, props to anyone who remembers this. I got the PS2 in terms of gaming wise. I could not wait to play and dying to play Soul Reaver 2.
Oh man, see the. Yeah, I actually, yeah, that's a classic game series. Well, the thing with me is, I had got the PS2 as like a Christmas gift, and it's weird because if I remember correctly, it's been so long. I'm trying to remember what the first real addicting game I played on there was, because it's been so many years. But the thing is with that is, you're right. Like GTA 3 did change the game, and then Vice City became the big one.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, I still think that other than GTA 5, I still think San Andreas is the best one. Yes, Legacy of Kain series was classic. PS2 had a tremendous library of wrestling games, too. PS2 had, of course, so many Dragon Ball games. I mean, I don't think any other game system had that many Dragon Ball games. There were so many Dragon Ball games on that PS2, dude. It's not even funny. Because that was when during the boom period. Or a little bit after that. And then, of course, Dragon Quest 8. I have vivid memories of playing Dragon Quest. So, yeah, bro, PS2. And the thing is, I'll never forget, PS2 literally buried the Dreamcast that Christmas. They destroyed the Dreamcast to where Sega tapped out.
Oh, my God. The Dreamcast was so awesome, though.
Right? I love the Dreamcast. I love the fucking Dreamcast. Bro, Power Stone was my shit. Fucking motherfucking Power Stone, Sonic Adventure, even though it doesn't age very well.
What was the one where, the tag one with, like, the graffiti? It was, like, crazy tax a bit with, like, you had to go around and graffiti everything.
I don't think I ever played that game, bro.
Oh, my God. It was so fucking awesome. I love that game.
Oh, God. Kyrie's in there. Oh. Oh, my God. Everybody's in there. I'm sorry. Just everybody that I know is in this call, and I, like, surprised. I'm shocked. Crazy. Well, anyways, okay, back to reminiscing. So, Power Stone was great. Remember fucking Shenmue, bro? Like, Shenmue was like GTA without the killing and the car driving. Like, right? Like, you had to, like, go home at a curfew. Like, and then what pissed me off about Shenmue is you get to the game, you get to the end of the game, and it's like, to be continued. What? What? Like, and then, oh, we're sorry, the Dreamcast has been canceled. You're not going to get your sequel unless you import it from Japan and fucking go move in with Herms or some shit and have them translate the game for you. Fuck you, bro.
I hate that.
As a result of that, I never ever went back to play Shenmue again, and I like that game.
No, that's like the worst thing about video games. I feel like some video games just are so fickle with setting up sequels that never happen. The same thing exactly happened with the Legacy of Kain series. Of course, that game had like five games as a whole, but like the story was never finished. It's like, and you know what? And that's one of the big problems with video games too, especially ones with stories. Is like games don't age well as compared to other media. I really think that's true. I mean, like you always have like the sprite games and stuff that are really fun to watch and replay and stuff, but I mean, as much fun and as much nostalgia as we have for things like the Dreamcast or the PS2, it just didn't go. It didn't like kind of sync well. I mean, you really can't go back and play those games. You don't have backwards compatibility. You need to go out and buy the fucking system or get some kind of an emulator, and it's just not the same.
Well, nowadays what they have been doing is they've been putting some of the games up. Not all of them, but some of them have been up on the PSN to download.
I know, but like my point is like, yeah, it's more so just an emulator than it is. The same experience. I mean, I don't know about anyone else. When it comes to video games, when it comes to movies or anything, I'm very much I like physical copies of things, and I know that's kind of a backwards thinking sense, but it's what I grew up with. It's what I'm comfortable with. I like being able to physically possess something, like hold it, touch it, like take good care of it and everything. I don't want to just have it off.
Well, there's a few ladies in the chat room that I don't mind holding and touching, bro. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I'm not gonna name no names though, so nobody gets discriminated. So we don't discriminate here on the Real to Real production stream. But no, I agree with you. That's why I still have my Dreamcast. I still play freaking Soul Calibur once in a while. Like I still, you know what I'm saying? Like I still, I love playing those games. Reddy's talking about Time Splitters. There's another series, like again from that era. Mm-hmm. They're talking about Crash. Like, dude, Spyro the Dragon. Like, there's,
my God,
dude, there's.
Spyro. But
relax,
now they ruined,
bro.
I love Spyro, dude. I've like sunk so many hours into that game. I replayed it so many times. But now they ruined it. Now he's like, now they made him one of those like, what are those things like, like the Mii's. What do they call it? Like the Nintendo Wii. They had those amiibos, but they have them for like PS4 or something. I don't know. They made him like some kind of a crazy looking thing.
I haven't played a Spyro game since I think the Wrath of the Dragon. No, wait, that's a Dragon Ball movie. What was it? The Year of the Dragon? Spyro Wrath of the Dragon, bro. That needs to be the next one, bro. He fights the monster and he comes up with a super secret finishing move at the end of the game that was never teased or talked about at all throughout the other games, but he manages to pull it off and win somehow. Yeah. Oh, and don't forget Resident Evil, bro. See, the thing is, I like talking about this because, like I remember, and a lot of people listening don't remember, but I know people like Kindamu and Doug, like they probably remember because they're right around my age range. Maria too, like the 64, right? The N64 was supposed to be the big shit. Like every magazine back then covered the N64, and it was supposed to be the big thing. Like that was the big thing. And then what happened was it came out. It had a few good games on it, great games, I would actually say, and then. Final Fantasy VII was supposed to be the big, the coup de grace, but because of hardware limitations on the N64, Final Fantasy VII was on PS1, and I was such a Final Fantasy obsessive nerd back then because I Final Fantasy IV and Final Fantasy VI are two of the best games ever made. I was thinking, okay, 7's got to be just as good, if not better. I think it was just as good. I don't think 7's as good as 6 or 4, but I know I'm in the minority on that one. But maybe it's but anyways, so what happened was I had gone out and got a PlayStation. I had no intention of getting a PS1. Of course, it wasn't called the PS1 back then, but it was just on a PlayStation. And then, and so many kids, it's not just me, but so many kids went out and they bought this PlayStation 1. And there was okay, let's try out this Resident Evil game, Resident Evil 2, and then Tekken. And all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm now a Sony kid because they had so many great games on there. And I truly believe, that had it not been for Final Fantasy changing from N64, especially if you were an RPG gamer, if you like RPGs, because PS1 had so many classic RPGs, there's so many of them, bro. Legend of Dragoon, you had, what do you call it? You had Xenogears, you had, fucking Star Ocean. There were so many classic RPGs on PS1, and that was PS1. It just... Everybody became a Sony kid all because of Final Fantasy VII switching over. I'm not saying Nintendo was bad. I'm just saying Nintendo fucked up. That was Nintendo's biggest mistake ever because they pretty much opened the floodgates for Sony.
Well, I didn't really follow any of that when I was younger. Personally, I've gone back and I played Final Fantasy VII. The only ones I've played are Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X. I like both those games. I think both of them are pretty classic. I never necessarily liked the style of it.
Well, which one? 7 or which one?
7 and 10.
Okay, well, 10, 7 and 10 are kind of similar. 8 and 10, but yeah.
They are, aren't they supposed to be in, the same world?
No. You're thinking of 10 and 10 too.
No. I understand 10 and 10 too, but, there's a fan theory that says, 10 takes place in the same world.
Well, there's also a fan theory that says that Goku Black is Goten, bro. So there's your fan theories for you.
Well, I'm just saying. I don't know.
Because he ate that frost.
I don't know a lot about. I really don't know a lot about when it comes to that Final Fantasy series, but I understand where you're coming from. PlayStation, to me, at least when I was younger, and I wasn't necessarily following it the same way that you were, but to me, when PlayStation came out, it was the more adult version of what Nintendo had been doing for so long. I mean, it was really kind of the, not necessarily, but it really was kind of it usurped Sega in the sense that, remember when Sega came out, Sega Genesis? Fucking Sega Genesis was awesome. But
I was always a Super Nintendo kid, though. Honestly,
God, like Sega Genesis was awesome. You got Sonic. You have like that was the whole Mortal Kombat thing. But of course, Mortal Kombat was also on. Wasn't Mortal Kombat? It was also on Super Nintendo. But you had
it was. But remember, the Genesis one had the blood, and the Super Nintendo one didn't. Unless you put in that Game Genie code that converted the sweat into blood.
But like that was the cool thing. Like that caused so much trouble. I mean, that caused so much trouble back then. But the PlayStation had just had more mature games. I mean, like I remember getting the PS4 or not PS4, the N64, and although you had classic games now, you have like Mario Kart 64, you had Mario Party, and you have like. You had a couple of the Zelda games that people seem to like.
No, there were a lot of... Dude, you're forgetting all the classic... Bro, don't even sleep on N64 classic games, bro. You had GoldenEye. You had Perfect Dark.
Oh,
those are
GoldenEye.
Right?
That's many days just wasted on GoldenEye multiplayer mode.
Mario Kart. You had Mario Kart. You had Diddy Kong Racing. You had Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. You had all the great wrestling games of that era. WCW Revenge, World Tour, WWF WrestleMania, and No Mercy, which is still the best wrestling game of all time. You had Jet Force Gemini. You had Mario 64. You had 2 classic Zelda games. I don't know, bro. N64, I think PS1's a little bit better, but N64 was a really good system. Like, when you think about it. Somebody mentioned... and, of course, the greatest game ever, Conker's Bad Fur Day, which is unquestionably the best N64.
Oh, my God.
You want to sit there and say the PS1 was more adult and or Conker's Bad Fur Day?
Oh, my God. No, that game is ridiculous. But...
yeah.
Yeah, but like I'm just saying, like in terms of, oh my God, that game! I completely forgot about that game.
Dude, I'm looking at my 64 collection right now. Hang on a second. Like I'm looking at what I also got this game called Virtual Pro Wrestling, which is like Japanese wrestling and No Mercy style, where you can do apron moves. Blitz, I know that Doug was mentioning it earlier. Blitz on 64. I mean, you don't even have to be a football fan to enjoy Blitz.
Mm-hmm. Blitz was awesome. Like going to the flame. Oh my God, that was so much fun. You can only play it now. They have it like on arcade somewhere.
Wave Race. Yeah, Wave Race also. Don't forget Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, bro. That game's also kind of slept on. It's not the best game ever, but it was fun. That was the one game that did the Hoth levels perfect.
What was that? Didn't they have on PlayStation? What was that like colossal failure Star Wars game? Was like the fighting game?
You're talking about Star Wars Masters of Terrascott.
That game was a lot of fun, though. Like, I had a lot of fun playing that game.
No, was it? That game sucked. I had a lot of fun
playing that game.
I had a lot of fun looking at it. Fuck that. I can't believe you remembered Star Wars Masters of Terrascott.
I love that game.
That's like remembering, like, Battle Arena Toshinden. Remember that game?
No.
Well, also PlayStation 1 also had the great Dragon Ball GT Final Bout, which is, we talked about that on Geekdom 101 once.
Oh my gosh, like, but yeah, like, what really, you're right, like, you already touched on it, like, one of the reasons that PS2 is the greatest console ever made is not only does it have, like, but you know what? As much as people, like, because it was the next one in line, a lot of people don't talk about just how awesome the PS3 was. I mean, the PS3 has some classic games, even though they're just... I
agree, but the problem is they were on other systems. Like, that's the big problem. True. Like, you're forgetting, bro, PS2 had... All right, let's talk about some of the underrated classics, all right? Shadow of the Colossus, classic.
Oh, my God, yeah.
every GTA game. You had Grand Theft Auto, all of them. You had Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Now, Metal Gear Solid 2, I don't care what anybody says, that game was a big disappointment, bro. That game was like, hooking up with a supermodel and finding out she has HIV. Like, it sucks. But Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is a classic. You had Resident Evil 4. You had you had Katamari Damacy. You had God of War. You had Bully. You had Burnout. You had Ratchet and Clank. You had Silent Hill 2 and 3. Mm-hmm. You had Gran Turismo 4. You had Devil May Cry. You had Soul Calibur. You had Tony Hawk Pro Skater. You had Twisted Metal Black. I mean, bro, that's just too many games, bro. And don't forget Manhunt, which if you're a fan, if you are a fan of films, if you are a fan of movies, there's so many homages in Manhunt, bro. Like, and somebody mentioned Kingdom Hearts. Of course, bro. That was huge.
The only thing about Manhunt, I never actually finished Manhunt.
Max Payne?
Max fucking Payne. Oh my god, I love Max
Payne. The only thing that sucked is those blood levels, bro. Remember the level where you're walking tightrope levels? Oh, I hated it. But, like, no, what was I going to say? Yeah, Max Payne. What game were we talking about a minute ago?
Manhunt. I couldn't finish. It's not that I didn't like the game. I just didn't. I don't know. I never could finish it. It's not because I was afraid of it or anything. It's not what I really expected it to be. Not that it was bad. I don't know.
Well, it was very simple, but I just love that game because of the homages to different films. I mean, pretty much the game is. And I'm going to get film nerdy here. I think you'll get where I'm talking about, but I don't know if a lot of the people watching are going to get it. Mm-hmm. But, like, it was it had homages to a lot of cult classics like Videodrome, a lot of David Cronenberg films. Of course, the final boss, Pigsley, is a direct ripoff of the pig with the chainsaw from Motel Hell. Like, if you're not really into movies, you're not going to know what I'm talking about, but the point still stands, that there were so many movie homages in that game, like, oh man, it's beautiful, dude. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's what it really, obviously looking back at it, I feel like that's exactly what it was all about. When that video game came out, I just wasn't really looking at it that way. I don't remember exactly what I was thinking, but I got about halfway through it or pretty close to the end, and I was just, normally I don't give up on things, or I just don't put things down and don't finish them, but that was just one of them. And it's not like I don't some games I do that with. Some games I can't deal with them. But, I mean, going back to the point, though, it's not that, I understand that you have a huge library. We can't even sit around and name them all. But, yeah, PS3 also had, a ton of games. Something like Red Dead Redemption.
Little Big Planet. No, Red Dead, yeah, but the thing is, remember, Red Dead Redemption was also on Xbox. That's the problem, is that most of these games were already cross-platform. We're talking about exclusives. And by the way, real quick, Kyrie and Doug were talking about DDR pads. Okay,
oh my god.
Dude, you remember the DDR era, bro?
I love that.
Okay. So my friend had bought one of the giant professional DDR pads, the ones that you actually, they're the big steel ones. This motherfucker would cart them around in his van. Every fucking time we go to our friend's house, they'd have to, together, because it was the big heavy ones, pull out the DDR pads. It even had the handlebar to go play that stupid fucking DDR game. Oh god, I'm actually glad DDR is over, because that, I like DDR, don't get me wrong, but man, was it annoying after a while. It just became the game,
I actually had the pad. I didn't have the fucking metal pads. Why would you buy those?
Don't forget they broke every 3 weeks too. Don't forget that one.
Oh my gosh! I didn't have the metal pad. I had the the other one, the cheapest one.
The cheap one, yeah.
Yeah, but those were cool. I did like that game. I mean, a lot of exercise playing that game. But
it's a fun game. I'm not trashing on the game. I'm just trashing on the fact that we had to carry the damn pads around. I'm not trashing now. Don't think I am.
No, I don't understand. I really don't understand DVD. You still see those things. They still have those things in Japan. When I went there, I don't understand it. They're very you have to spend so much money to play those games. I don't understand it. Especially people in the States. You could buy this for pretty cheap, and go play it at home, like maybe that's what they do, and they just want to go off and show
Well,
off. But
I'm personally more of a Rock Band guy, Guitar Hero kind of guy, because I like karaoke, bro. Like we always get on these streams and we always sing and have a good time. But yeah, I'm more of a karaoke kind of guy than like I love Rock Band, especially when they have the songs I like. DDR had a bunch of techno J-pop trash that I just couldn't stand. You know what I mean? They had some good songs too. Don't get me wrong, but.
well, like,
Brother Soul Blade. I forgot what was the name of that song? Brother Soul Blade. It's been so many years, bro. I barely remember.
Like, actually, speaking of DDR, I saw a news report the other day. I don't know why. Sometimes, you know, like when you read about like what people are doing in universities, like researchers and how they're like developing things. I don't know what other practical applications certain things have, but somebody created a system that would automatically make DDR steps for any song. Because
that's kind of cool, but probably problematic.
Yeah, but yeah. So like, apparently, like the thing they were saying is, yeah, this has existed for a while, but if you wanted to have like your own personal like step choreographing for any song, you'd have to do it manually, like every single step. So people did that. Mm-hmm. I didn't know people liked it so much to do that. Like that sounds like a lot of work. Like, and
it does.
Yeah, so like they've developed a way that they can do it. Like they'll just do any song automatically, and I thought, oh, that's really cool, because you're right. Like that was the big problem with DDR, is that I didn't know. Like I maybe knew like one or two songs that they had on the system, and then everything else was just this song I had never heard of before.
I mean, if you're like a 17-year-old Japanese girl, I mean that's great, but you know, needless to say, you weren't that. So. You know?
I don't think
but then the weeaboos came along, brother. The real weeaboos, not the fake weeaboos. The real weeaboos would play that game. Because I swear to God, bro, every time I went to the mall and I saw a kid playing DDR and he had like this is actually for real. And if you're not into this culture, like if you're listening to this and you don't know about this anime culture, you might not get what I'm talking about. But and actually, I think Kyrie's gonna get it better than me, if you know what I mean. Every time I went to the mall and I saw a kid with like a tail attached to his ass, like a tail, playing the game, it was just like, Kyrie says she likes the songs. I'm not saying I hate the songs. I'm just teasing, bro. All right, chill out. You ain't got nothing I say is serious. But I am saying like these kids with the tails, like, one of the reasons why I stopped being an anime fan is because I began to be surrounded by weeaboos. Like real ones, and basically what would happen is I became an anime fan, and then what happened was people. Oh, Kyrie wore her tail. What a surprise! What a surprise, Kyrie. No, but, so no. What do you call it? I don't think Kyrie's a weeaboo, but I really don't. But like, what one thing that turned me off to being an anime fan was like during the great anime boom, you had these kids who were so legit weebish that they would actually disrespect American cartoons. Like it was all about Japan, and like, you know, it was one of those things where it got really annoying for me, because like I like good American cartoons and good Japanese cartoons, and their whole thing was like constantly berating American cartoons. Yeah, but you know, Kage no Hishipo is better than Batman the Animated Series because, you know, Kishime Mitsubishi Toyota is a great animator. Like, and you get tired of it, bro. Like, it just became a constant thing. So I was like, fuck y'all. Like, that's actually how it was back then. You know, people were actually like that. Like, they were very annoying with their elitist weeaboo. Like, real weeaboos. Not like, you know, people who just like subs. I'm talking about people who actually thought that they were Japanese. There was a kid I went to high school with whose name I'm not going to say, who legitimately came to school eating sushi. And the kid's he's Puerto Rican, bro. I'm like, bro, you're Puerto Rican. You ain't Japanese. Like, oh, no. Don't call me by this name. Call me by this name. I'm like, no, bro, you're fucking Puerto Rican. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, like, stop, you know? Like, that whole thing just kind of got on my nerves. And it became very, like, judgmental, dude. Like, they anything American they would hate. Anything from the West they would hate. And it's like, dude, you grew up on fucking American cartoons, and now you're gonna betray them because you discovered anime? Like, piss off. Like, why can't you like everything, you know?
I kind of had this same similar thing. I used to watch. I wasn't a huge anime person when I was growing up, but I was really kind of into both. Like, you know, open to it, because anime, when I first discovered it, was with Dragon Ball Z. And obviously, you start
That's a lot of
watching,
people.
yeah, like a lot of people. But you start watching other things, and you realize, oh man, like this is really awesome. And I kind of got involved with the concept of Japanese culture. A lot of that was my older sister. She was involved with Japanese culture too. She took it in high school, and our high school had a really good program because the teacher was she was a very, very good teacher. We had this because of her they had this really excellent I guess exchange program. So my sister went to Japan once during high school, and we had and my family as a whole, I think we had like 5 Japanese exchange students go and stay with us, because not only my sister but me and my brother also took Japanese. And so like
Well, why the fuck are you translating shit, bro?
Because I just, first of all, I'm getting to that. I don't pick up languages very well. It's very difficult for me. I tried my ass off. I really tried, and I barely passed like 2 years of Japanese. I don't regret.
It's very hard to learn.
Yeah, I don't regret it, but I really don't pick up foreign languages well. But I joined Japanese because I wanted to learn Japanese, and I wanted to learn about Japanese culture and potentially go to Japan one day, which I finally did like a year ago, but that's a different story. And when my sister was in there, they were like, that was the beginning of this weeaboo thing, and her friends were like that. But they also were nerdy and all that stuff, like every trope that you can think about. But they still appreciated Japanese culture. They still did that type of stuff, because you got to remember, like we're in Houston. It's a big metropolitan city. Houston has a Japanese festival every year, so they did that type of stuff. They did real stuff. They did real things to like honor the culture and just learn about it, both during and after school in their Japanese clubs. But when I got there, this was during the boom of the boom of the anime stuff.
Like early 2000s.
Earlier 2000s, like Naruto and Bleach and One Piece and all this stuff, like the next generation, the big 3.
Yeah, that was the post Dragon Ball Z world.
Yeah. So, I'm sitting here. I've never even heard of these shows. I've never heard of it. Like, I'm sitting here. I'm like, man, I like Dragon Ball. I like Sailor Moon. I like Yu Yu Hakusho. I like Tenchi's Universe. I like all like Cowboy Bebop and Outlaw Star and all this other, like, I like that stuff.
Well, yeah, and my entire point was that I just thought it was really fake that people would change and betray Western cartoons. Like, you can't sit there and tell me that the themes of X-Men, the animated series, weren't anywhere close to, if not even more deep and thought-provoking than anything from Japan. Like, yes, anime has a lot of thought-provoking stuff. Like, a lot of it is, on a different level. But there were so many great Western cartoons too, bro. Like, there's just so many of them, you know what I mean? Like, and that to me was bullshit. Like, it really was.
Mm-hmm. And I agree with that. Like, I didn't like have any animosity towards any of the other cartoons that I grew up with, or any American cartoons. I liked them all. And one of the things that really turned me off and really I hated about it was
Let me guess, Hamtaro?
Hamtaro?
Nah, go ahead, bro. I'm fucking with you.
I really hated about it was, by the time I got there, it was nothing but weeaboos. Nothing. I mean, like my sister's friends were nerdy. These guys were a different level, and they ran everything. Like, they were the upperclassmen, and they ran everything. So, like, this legitimate Japanese club just a few years prior had turned into like nothing, like anime club. And that's all they did every single day. Like, I mean, they used to learn how to dance, and they used to learn how to do the dances and learn like songs and all this other stuff. But it just became nothing but this just parade of a terrible atmosphere of uber fandom for something that, you know, everyone's weird but us, and everyone just doesn't understand us for our fandom and everything. It's, can we actually do something important? And it turned me off of anime for a long time. I didn't.
So it was the same thing with me. Yeah, exactly.
It turned me off for a long time until like I was basically done with college, and I was basically done with college, and I just, you know, everyone gets nostalgic for their youth and everything, so I just wanted to pick up Dragon Ball again, and that's when I really started like understanding and seeing the community for Dragon Ball in anime as well, like alive and well on YouTube, especially with Battle of Gods coming out around that time. So I was just...
Well, it was alive, but I don't know if it was well, bro. Because, I mean, let's keep it real, bro. There's only about 3 or 4 channels that were holding it down back then, bro. If you want me to be real with you. Let's keep it real, bro. Not unreal. Real, if you read between the lines.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, like, as far as that goes, it's like, you see people who are passionate talking about it, people who don't seem overly, I guess, obsessed about being, like, it wasn't the same environment that I had grown up in, the people covering it, and it's still not, like, it's very, I don't really know what the word is. It's very...
No, but you know what's interesting? It's a generational thing, because in the chat, Kyrie was saying that she was bullied in middle school for liking Naruto and liking anime, when actually for us, it was backwards. It was like the anime fans were kind of bullying us for not liking anime. It's very weird. Like, it's very weird how the anime boom was kind of a fad. I mean, it really was a fad, because a lot of those people that were anime fans back then, not all of them, but a lot of them just don't care anymore. You know, it's just a weird thing that people were into, bro. It's just that time period, you know?
It's just, I mean, that stuff comes and goes, really, doesn't it? It's just, we don't we don't necessarily know, and people get overly concerned or overly passionate about something that just, on its surface, just doesn't matter. I mean, you and I can sit around and talk about movies or Dragon Ball or any other anime as much as we want, but, like, at the end of the day, we're still talking about, like, a cartoon or something that's a movie. I mean, it shouldn't... Like, people get in so much fights about it. People get so much animosity towards each other about fandom. It's ridiculous. It's like, just let it go. We're all good. We're all fine. Like, we can all love something in our own special, unique way, and not have to hate each other. In fact, we could be more... We can be closer to each other knowing that we like the same thing. But.
Well, I agree with that. But it's interesting when you look at, like, how shit is now versus back then, because, like, it's a trip. Like, if you go to Crunchyroll right now, right, and you look at, like, some of the shows they have, you know, there's literally endless amounts of content. Like, there's so many billions upon billions upon billions of hours of anime just on Crunchyroll alone, and you can get lost. Like, there's some shows that you'll never even try, like, you know, just because you don't have time. Whereas, like, in the 90s, like, finding anime was like a journey, dude. That's the thing that, like, we talked about this on my interview with Mike Labrie and with my interview with Ryan from Battle Geek Plus and everybody from that era. Like, you gotta, like, it's a different era, bro, because back then, to find anime, it was like a scavenger hunt. Like, you had to find, you know, tapes, like either pirated tapes or legitimate tapes, and there weren't that many. There was, like, you know, Manga Entertainment, and I think ADV was putting stuff out, so you had, like, you know, your Akira's, Ghost in the Shell, you had your Ninja Scrolls, you had your Black Magic M66 and Macross Plus, you had that stuff, like, you know, maybe 10, 12 tapes. Then you had, like, you know, Street Fighter 2V and Appleseed. Like, that was the 90s anime, right? But it wasn't like you had something like Crunchyroll. You had to go find the shit, bro. And it's such a trip, you know, that now in the modern era, there's almost too much of it. It goes back to the scarcity effect, you know, in psychology. You know, now we have so much anime that finding anime is a piece of cake. Whereas back then, finding anime was like I said, like a legitimate, like, vision quest, bro. You're like, you know, you're driving across town, you're going to flea markets, you're talking to kids on the internet. Back then, with the internet being different than what it is now, you couldn't just send a file because it was all dial-up. You had to, like, mail it to your friend and hope that they fucking aren't dicks and are going to keep it and not mail it back to you. Like, it's just a different era, bro. But I think that back then, we were a lot more appreciative of what we had, bro. Because, like, I was very... You know, dude, I I know. I think I told you the story. Maybe I didn't, but I blew a lot of money on bootleg Dragon Ball Z tapes, bro. I mean, I blew like hundreds of dollars on watching this show bootleg, and now you can see it, legally in 1080p or whatever the fuck. And it's such a different era, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. It's just it's a completely different world that we're living in with this particular, I guess, this world really. It's just.
I mean, look at Netflix, bro. Like, okay, let me ask you a question because I don't know exactly like what your childhood was, but you know how on Netflix you go on there, you pick a movie and you watch it and that's it. Do you remember going to the video store, and I mean pre-Blockbuster, and when you went to the video store, and we're never going to live through this era ever again, you would go to the store and you would look at the covers of the movies and you would read the back, you'd read like the story, the plot, and then you would rent the movie based on the cover. You know, that's how it worked. I mean, you might see like a review if you happen to watch Cisco and Ebert at like midnight on a Sunday night, or if you happen to read the newspaper and they happen to have movie critics there. But most kids just went to the video store and we looked and we saw the covers, and based on how cool it was like clickbait, bro. Based on how cool the thumbnail was, the cover would depend on whether or not we would, I guess rent it.
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie's supposed to have a beer with me. Well, the thing is, Kyrie, I know how you can't even handle one beer, so I don't know if you can work out. No, but like the thing, it was so cool, and like, there was a weird like, I don't know, feeling of like discovery, bro. Like even before Blockbuster, like like you would find movies like Friday the 13th Part 2 and like that cool cover with like Jason in the shadow with blood on his knife, like, you know what I'm saying? That whole era, like there's that mystery, like, like all the different Dracula movies, Bela Lugosi and all that. You find all these great films, and now Netflix has so much shit, and you can just keep watching it and watching it and watching it. Back then, you had to pay $3 or whatever to rent the movie.
Like
there was just something about that era, bro, that we're never gonna understand.
I legitimately miss those days. I feel like people don't particularly think about that anymore, and in fact, even I take it for granted. On Netflix, how you just go into the situation and you watch a movie for 5-10 minutes and you're like, nah, fuck it. I mean, that never happened back then because you paid money to see it. Like, you're gonna watch the damn fucking thing. Like, you ain't gonna stop at the middle. And sometimes movies got better. Like, that's the thing. Like, we don't take a chance. I feel like since Netflix came out, I don't take a chance on movies like I used to. And some movies legitimately.
And that's too bad because it's easier to do it now. Isn't that the weird thing?
Yeah, like it is. It's like, if I can just like give up on a movie after 5 minutes, I will. And I don't necessarily like that because some movies, not all of them, in fact, very few of them, don't get better as they keep going. It's like it's just progressively getting worse. But some movies really do. Some movies really do get better. And I know this is a little bit past the time that you were talking about, but it happened so much back then. It's
still the same thing though. Like, even with Blockbuster.
Yeah, like he did the same thing. It was a little bit different with Blockbuster than what you're talking about. It was a little bit different because Blockbuster, they had a lot of the mainstays and a lot of the movies that.
Well, that was the thing. That's what pissed me off about Blockbuster. Like, because the video stores would have all kinds of different movies, but when you went to Blockbuster, you had maybe like a little bit of like, you had a few classics, but it would be kind of annoying that you had one copy of Raiders of the Lost Ark or one copy of Casablanca. Meanwhile, we have 15 copies of Romeo Must Die. Like, fuck you. Fuck off.
I know, right?
Or whatever DMX movie was coming out during that time. Remember when DMX was? Remember how DMX had the Jason Statham gimmick where he mandatory on his contract. He had to be a tough guy in every movie. Mm-hmm. So in Romeo Must Die, he's like this alpha club owner. What you want? And they look, and you're just like fucking like fuck, man. I miss those days though, bro. See, I have a weird nostalgia for that time period.
No, like look, that. We'll never. You're right. Like that's one of those things. This is like a generational thing. People who are listening to this right now, and I'm sure like it's later at night, especially on a Thursday. I guess Friday now. People don't remember that. People don't remember.
Well, a lot of them seem to in the chat. Not all of them.
Like my point is, like, yeah, probably the people who are up right now. People up right now are probably not the kids who, like, you know, younger, not kids, but like younger people who might be watching this in the daytime, or, you know, not when it's like a school night, at like 2 in the morning.
Well, yeah, but brother, nobody cares, bro. If it's a school night, you still fucking would stay up, bro. That's probably why my grades sucked.
I know.
That's why my grades sucked.
But look, I don't know why this sticks out, but it really does.
Because you saw Amber's video, bro. That's why it sticks out. Oh, you meant something else. Never mind.
There's one movie that I'll never forget, and I never would have watched this movie if not for that experience. Never. I would have never even picked it up. I went to a Blockbuster one time. It was back in 2003, something like that. 2004, somewhere. And I went to a Blockbuster, and you remember those days where you just like, because it was Blockbuster, because it was big, you didn't want to, like, you wanted something to kill your time, but you couldn't figure out a movie to watch. You just didn't want to make that concession and pay the money to pick like a stinker, right? And one of the things that I got into was, I eventually, after spending like 30 minutes there, I rented a movie called 1114, and I don't know why, but that movie will stay with me, just because I think that's probably the best experience I've had watching a movie I would have never, ever in a million years watched. With that particular experience.
Is that like Patrick Swayze, like the Patrick Swayze movie, 1114? Okay, yeah.
With Hilary Swank and what's Tom Hanks' son's name? I
don't know. He has a son?
Yeah.
I don't know who the fuck that is, bro.
Well,
let's look it up here. His son, Blake Heron, Henry Thomas, Barbara Hershey. Colin Hanks.
Yeah, Colin Hanks.
I don't even know if he had a son, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw him, you'd recognize him. He's a character actor. If you watch Fargo.
Oh, of course, bro. The Coen Brothers' best movie.
No, I mean the show.
Nah, man, I didn't even know there was a show.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's really good, actually. But yeah,
is it based on the film?
It's based in Fargo, and it's just like, it's this loosely connected narrative where it plays off like the same tropes as the movies, but they're all different stories. It's really good. Like, it's surprisingly good.
That sounds like how Dragon Ball Super should be.
Maybe.
Maybe. Nah, what do you call it? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, and you know, that era, there was just a weird era of discovery, because I agree, like, there's so many things on Netflix, and like the other day I'm on Netflix and I'm just going through scrolling, and I'm like, I don't know what I want to watch, so I settled on Bob Ross. Like, the Bob Ross is like my default, like, late night. Dun, 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 dun. Like, that's my, you know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Before we start this painting, down the bottom of the screen, you're gonna have all the colors.
My dad does that too.
What, he paints, or he watches?
No,
Bob
like
Ross?
he just like we'll be sitting there, and he's just like, I don't know what I want to watch, so Bob Ross. I'm like, come on, no. Like, it'll put me to sleep.
Dude, no, well, that's the point. You go to sleep with him, bro. Little phthalo blue, right there. Oh man, that's my shit though, bro. And the thing about Bob Ross paintings, bro, is that with Bob Ross paintings, like, when you first see him paint, like when he's first starting out, like, you don't really know what the final product's gonna be, and you don't even see it. And then, like, you go through that. This is the I'm gonna give you the timeline of watching Bob Ross. It starts out by you questioning what he's gonna do. Then you're like, oh, that looks nice. Then he makes a change, and you're like, wait a minute, no, don't fuck with it. It looks fine now. And then you go back up, oh, it looks even better. Then you're like, wait a minute, that looks weird. Then by the end, you're like, okay, that's beautiful. Like, you go through this weird, like, question him, and then you accept what he's doing. You know what I mean?
That's every single episode.
That's every episode. Every single one, bro. He'll do like a beautiful, like, sunset, and then all of a sudden he'll say, all right, let's take some pine green, and then you're like, what the fuck are you doing? No, leave it, it looks great. And then by the time he's done entirely, you're like, okay, like, that's how it's supposed to look, bro. It's amazing how every episode's like that.
It is true. Like that's exactly how that is. Like every single episode I've ever seen is like I reach that point, and it's like around middle. It's like every 15 minutes. It's like does that. It's like, hey, you're gonna like add white there. And it's like, why are you doing this? Oh,
right,
man.
like, and you don't get it. Like, you don't get it, bro.
Yeah.
But he gets, and the thing that amazes me about him is, you have to be a real artist, obviously, to like envision the final painting before it's even done yet. Like, I don't have that kind of talent, bro. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't even like. You know, like I'm sorry, I'm distracted right now because Christian Harloff is tweeting at Dave Meltzer about freaking the movie trivia schmodown. Like, my life is getting insane here right now with this. But anyways, back to what I was saying. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, Bob Ross is the genius. You talk for a second, bro. I'm marking out right this.
No, like it's absolutely true. I mean, that is being what it is. He's such an interesting character. I mean, I agree. Like, in terms of having like an artistic vision, and you know what? It's the same thing with film. It's the same thing with anything, really. Because, I mean, put it into perspective, though, right? Like, and I know this is breaking it down in a completely different context, but like, say you get on YouTube, and you start, it's like, okay, I got like a conversation topic or a discussion topic I'm going to do with someone, and then it like turns from like that one topic to something genuinely interesting and something that people genuinely want to watch or listen to, and you don't necessarily know how that happened, but it just becomes like, look, this is an interesting topic, you could talk about this for 10, 12 minutes or something, and you didn't realize just how much...
Make sure it's at least 10 minutes so we can put the extra ad in there. Because we're all greedy YouTubers who all only care about money. Don't forget that one, Mark.
The point is like, you don't realize just how much, like, you start off with something simple, like, okay, like, you start off with something simple, and then you realize just how much you had to say about it, and how interconnected, and how much there is, like, just these broader points to everything that you wanted to say in order to get your point across. And I think that's the same thing, just at like a much smaller scale with what he does. Is he envisions that thing and then he does it to the point where, like, I you've seen him he's like, okay, just like put a ton of black and then a little bit of yellow and everything, and now let's just put like a ton of white, and you're like, what are you doing? like this looks terrible. It's too much contrast. It's not gonna work, and then it turns out to be like a beautiful sunset with a freaking wave. And I don't know how he does it, but he does it.
No, he's an animal, bro. I mean, he's an artist.
Yeah, same thing with filmmaking though too. Like, I don't have the drive. I've met people in my life who do, and it floors me every time. But I don't understand. Have the drive to literally like write something on paper and then translate it onto screen to something that's truly breathtaking or compelling or something where you're just like, how did that come together with everything that went into it? And movies, in my opinion, are way more impressive than almost anything else because they require so much man hours, they require so much other perspective and people helping out, and you need to have someone at the helm of all of that who could take that vision and create something that actually feels like one genuine view. Like,
I was...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Well, no, I was going to say, I was having this conversation last night. I had a long, like 2-hour conversation with John, Opie Senpai from Anime Live Reactions, and we were talking about, like, just overall Dragon Ball, like, YouTubing or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't know what you'd even call it. And I think that a lot of us came around at the right time. Because, like, I feel like if I started my channel now, and a lot of people have this problem, it would be hard to get any real traction because there are so many other people doing this now that, like, I actually, like, it sucks because there's so many, like, Dragon Ball channels that I think deserve more views and more, attention. And because of the way that the community is now, it's really hard. I mean, that's why I like to do collabs with smaller channels that I believe deserve attention. But there's only so much I can do, like, because it's not really up to me. It's up to whatever YouTube promotes. And unfortunately, what's happened now is YouTube now promotes flashy thumbnails and topics that are current, which, again, there's nothing really wrong with that. But I just feel like it's become more sizzle than steak. And I really wish that because there's some topics you've covered on your channel that I think are fantastic topics, and you've done it like differently. And, you know, it's like one of those things where it just is unfortunate because there's so many good topics out there, and a lot of the fandom, not everybody, but a lot of the fandom just doesn't care. Like, they only care about the news and who's stronger than who and how strong is this guy. And, you know, like, it just kind of is unfortunate, you know, that's the case now. Like I feel like if it's not even about like talent at this point anymore, I don't think, because there's so many talented people who have great channels that don't get the amount of traction that I personally feel they deserve. But again, is that me? You know, I try to self-analyze myself. Like, am I doing this because a lot of these people are my friends? Well, maybe. But there's a lot of my friends, and I'm not going to name them, who make content that I personally don't find too engaging. You know, I'm not going to name no names, but there is some. But there's other friends of mine who I think make great content, and that I like it, but it doesn't mean that the general Dragon Ball audience gives a shit. So it just kind of sucks. Like, I feel like if I had come along now, I don't think that the geekdom, even though I am very proud of like the stuff I've done and my personality, I don't think it would have gotten anywhere close to the amount of traction if I didn't come along in 2015. And let's be honest, bro, flip the fucking game upside down, because like Jay-Z said, bro, I blew breath for you bitches. I gave life to the game, bro. Because before me, it was all fucking. It was before Daddy. It was all fucking gameplay footage and talking about fucking Arcosians. And Papa had to come along and give the community a big kick in the ass and fucking get them to fucking improve a little bit. By the way, that's a joke. It's not a joke. It's actually real. But don't think I'm an egotistical guy. It's just the numbers kind of prove it. But.
Well, the way things...
Bro, it's just a joke, all right? I really don't have an ego. No, I'm...
Look, the thing I think about all of that really is, it's true. I mean, as much as we want to say, or as much as anyone wants to, like, prop themselves up or anything, it's absolutely true. Like, you came along, a lot of other people came along around good times, but also, like, as much as you want to, like, it might not have been there, or your channel might not have done as well. I mean, it's also like personality wise and the stuff that you did. Like, yeah, like for you, like I started my channel because of people like you and Dino. And I think a lot of people who have them now did too because of you too. Like, success inspires repetition and copying. So people want to, like, well, this is awesome, I want to do it too, and that's what really brought it up. So as much as you want to sit there and say, like, yeah, like, I'm glad I came in when I did, you're part of the reason it's so crowded now. And
yeah, but I'm also part of the reason. Thing. But I'm also, but you're right. But the negative side of that is I'm also part of the reason as to why people are fucking copycats and clones now. That's the other problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, before you came in here, I had some people asking about Kanji, and I was giving some truth about him. Like,
I love Kanji, man.
I love Kanji too, and it's like, you know, I got some people asking, it's like, hey, are you gonna do any more debates? And it's like, I want to do more debates, but like the problem I have is, like, I attach myself to Kanji with those things, so I'm gonna have to like figure out a way to reevaluate that thing if he's not gonna come back and actually be like a mainstay. Because it's already hard for us to talk anyway, because you got the 6-hour time difference. You know, probably 5 hours for you, but like 6 hours for me. So
it's not that different, yeah.
It's not that different. So like, plus, like, you know, we each have our own lives and other things. I mean, it's hard enough for me to ever talk to you, let alone people like Donnie, who's 2 hours behind me and anything. Like, he should be on if I'm on late, he should be on. It's just. It's hard to talk with people, so it's hard to do with your collaborators. But the one thing I think of when it comes to you're right. Like the one thing I think of, and people don't respect it as much as they honestly should, is I just want to be different. Like I want to do something that's completely
right.
and
Right. But the problem is, if you're different, people don't care. Like that's the problem. Is you have to find a balance between catering to the fans, the general fandom, and catering to the hardcores, because there's definitely a difference. Hardcore Dragon Ball fans, right? They'll watch anything that's Dragon Ball, like, you know, if it's something they can learn from. But a lot of the people who think they're hardcore and they're not, they don't care. You know what I mean? That's the problem, is that as a result of that, you know, you end up getting fucked over. Not to mention, one thing that sucks is what the YouTube system cares more about quantity than quality a lot of times. Because, like, you know, for example, Mr. Fusion Lance has been around for so many freaking years, and he, you know, he should be, if life were fair, Lance would be at 50 to 100,000 subscribers by now, but he's not, because he does not upload frequently. And that's the thing, is he does not upload frequently for YouTube to recognize him as a consistent uploader, because when the algorithm changed, which, by the way, it changed again, by the way, which makes it hard for all of us, it's one of those things where, like, you know, he deserves better. So, like, you could have the best topic and the best content, but if YouTube doesn't promote you, you're just not going to get the views. And you can tell the algorithm changed, because if you look, like, I was looking at this today, right? Expert Games, right? Our boy Joey, even his recent video is under 100,000, and it came out a day ago. Now, if you know anything about Expert Games, you know that all his videos bang. They all do, you know, 100,000 minimum. This is the first video I can remember him doing in a long time that hasn't hit 100K in a day. Now, what does that mean? I think it's because the algorithm changed, because apparently, from what Daryl Eves said, right? People are asking about it in the chat now. Daryl Eves is saying that the new algorithm change has changed suggested videos on the right-hand side. Now, I talked to Quinn a while back about this, how he credits the algorithm changing in 2000, I think it was 2012 or 2013. It was 2014. The suggested videos on the right, what used to happen, okay, before the new algorithm change, is that you would have at least 4 videos of the same creator. So if you went to, like, a reel-to-reel video and you looked at the suggested videos on the right, you would have 3 or 4 videos from reel-to-reel. That's not how it is anymore. Now it puts things in there based on what you've been looking for recently. So, for example, I'll give you an example. Right now I'm on my What If Bardock Survived video. On the right side, I see the first video that I see is what if the Z Fighters do the Kaioken. That's a video I did 3 years ago. Why is suggesting it? I don't know. The definitive Boruto power scale from Seth the Programmer. Why Palpatine ignored Thrawn and Vader from Star Wars Reading Club. Is Beerus the strongest god destruction from Geek List? So the Geekdom 101, like, look at this. Okay, I'm going to tell you the channels that are being promoted on my right-hand side. Seth, Star Wars Reading Club, Geek List. You is Dokkan bad for Dragon Ball. That's an old video, bro.
I'm in finals time.
No, or is that a new video?
No. I
No, that's brand new. What the fuck? Didn't you already cover that?
Yeah, it's the same video. It's a re-upload.
Okay, that's where I got confused. Well, anyways, it's there. Laughing Stock Media, Masako X, Geekdom 101, Geekdom 101, Geekdom 101, Arturo Diaz, What If Broly, extended version, Reel to Reel again. So we're in there, and then there's Quinn, there's Quaman, and then there's Quaman again, and there's Laughing Stock. So it's recommending the same channels over and over again. So if you're like a new YouTuber, it's hard, bro. It really is difficult unless, you know, and it just, I wish there was a better way. I really do. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and look, I think the one thing that you and I can both agree on, we've talked about in the past, is like it's a lot of luck too. I mean, it's a lot of hard work. I mean, you have to get lucky, and then you have to be consistent with that. You can't just let the luck hit and then Kanji's a good example of that, man. Kanji's a great example of that, because Kanji, back in the day, I mean, I talked about like 2 years ago when I first met him, he had some really big videos for his size, you know, because he got like 2,000 views or 2,000 subs at that point, and had some couple videos over 100K, 200K.
That's pretty good, bro.
Yeah. So like, but you know, that's the thing. Like, he was never, like, as much as he admits it, but he was just never consistent enough to keep up with it, Because if he were, like, he'd be huge. Kurt had that same thing with that one video of his, like, blasting off, and then a couple of videos prior, because he was consistent, and then he kind of dropped off a little bit. And it happens, and it just requires persistence. And then you have people like, who feel the real success of their effort. People like MJ, who busts his ass on this and is actually, currently getting up there. Not necessarily a big channel by any stretch of the term, but for a guy who last year was on 1,000 or less than 1,000 to be nearly at 7,000 now, that's a success story in my book. So I honestly don't know how anyone grows. I don't know how I've gotten as big as I have, let alone you got big because you came in with.
I got big because I watched Amber's video, bro. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
The point is, you got pretty big because you made the right connections. You came in with the right type of knowledge to actually debunk some of the fan stuff that was going around and everything. It was just perfect timing for what it's worth. But I don't know, I personally think someone who's been in the chat and watching on here for a long time, I've really gotten to know Golden Scouter. Kevin.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't spoken to him yet, but everybody keeps saying great things about this guy.
Yeah, I love him. He has this two things he does, and he doesn't do them often. I want him to do it more often. I've told him, but he does food in Dragon Ball. He creates and he tells you how to do recipes for things they eat in Dragon Ball, like how to make ramen or how to make pizza and all this stuff. And then he also has
brilliant, bro.
And then he also has he makes his own drinks, like Dragon Ball drinks, inspired by whatever, alcoholic drinks. I thought that was brilliant because it's different. It's not exactly how strong is someone. It's just something new. And personally, and personally, I think this is something that doesn't help me because I've actually figured out a way, or I've actually seen my channel do pretty well recently, and I feel like I could be doing a lot better if I were just doing Dragon Ball content, because I've gotten to a point where my Dragon Ball content does, every single one of those videos performs well to my size. But I told you a long time ago, it's I'm just gonna have to stop doing just Dragon Ball content. It wore me down.
I know.
I have nothing but respect and love for the Dragon Ball community. But just doing Dragon Ball content.
That's not true. The entire community. Come on now.
Not the entire.
Don't lie to the people. Don't lie to the audience of 40 now.
For the community as a whole, dude, I like the community. But the thing is
I like my community, not the community.
The thing about any of this really is, personally, I don't know how people just cover Dragon Ball. It wore me down, honestly. And if I wasn't doing things like Saw or the box office videos or movie videos that I do, I don't know if I would still be doing this as much as I am.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to switch it up once in a while. It really is. The thing that sucks is that, I want to do more Star Wars content, but I have so much respect for the Star Wars Explained and Star Geek and those guys. So they kind of do stuff that I do for Dragon Ball for Star Wars, and I don't want to step on their shoes. So I'm sort of having the same ordeal that a lot of the new YouTubers coming into Dragon Ball are, in that because the thing is, you can't really cover news. We already have a lot of channels that do explained stuff. You know what I mean? We've got, I do a lot of the explained stuff. Masako X does, Smug Stick, Lewis, he does a few. I know that Swag Kage once in a while does it. Obviously Quinn does it too, but I think Quinn's videos are a little bit different in that he doesn't label them explained videos. Quinn has a very unique strategy, based on anybody else, but it just sucks because when it comes to having a real thick creamy discussion. I hate using that word, but there's only a few out there that can really handle it. Like, oh shit, like I dropped my mic there. Like Kyrie, like it sucks because people like Kyrie and people like yourself and people like Xeon, you're like so fucking smart. And you bring up all these points that other people don't even think about. Same thing with Gabby. Gabby's the same way. And people don't like watch their videos because a lot of times, not as much as they should, you know, because a lot of times the points you make go against what they think. And it bugs me because Xeon, like, people think that Xeon's this Dragon Ball Super hater, and I guess he kind of is, but whenever he criticizes Super, he does bring up points that are true. Granted, they don't bother me as much as other people. And then you've got somebody like Kyrie who is presenting a different perspective on characters. But if it's not, you know, Dragon Ball GT sucks, or, you know, the same, you know, the poser Dragon Ball fan bullshit. Power levels are bullshit. It's over 9,000. Hey, guys, Bruce Faulkner made Dragon Ball Z. If you don't fall in line with that fucking line of thinking, you end up being left in the dust. And it's kind of like bullshit that people don't have open minds to at least listen to the kind of points that you're making. You know, it just, but what can you do? Like, YouTube will always promote what they think's going to get views versus what actually deserves to. What can you do? You know, it sucks.
Mm-hmm. I understand that and agree. Like, that's the thing that I really don't like. You weren't in here for this when I was with MJ, but I was talking about with some people. Like,
what happened to him, bro?
I don't know. Maybe he went to go jack off. That's his number one thing.
That is. He's quite good at that.
The thing that let me think. I was gonna say. Oh, you weren't here. I was actually talking about. We actually had an aside about Hail Xeon too. I was like, I really like Hail Xeon because...
Happy birthday, Hail Xeon. Today, he's not listening, but yeah, today is his birthday.
I saw that too. So, like, I saw that because you tweeted it the other, like, an hour ago. But he, I actually really I really prefer his content. And I always go to him whenever there's, like, a thing that he can talk about in terms of, like, this, that, or the other. Like, his breakdown of the Universe Survival arc, or Girl Broly or something like that. Like, that type of stuff is always nice because he's the only one in the community, I think, personally, who can come into something angry and legitimately make a good point without devolving into...
You mean devolving into talking about small penises like me?
You do that sometimes. You don't usually come to that. Like, bro. I told you, dude. I told you.
I'm not the most articulate person in the world.
I told you time and time again, dude. Like, you don't come into things angry. You get progressively angry.
That's true. That is true. You're right. Like, you're right. I did not. It's weird when you go back and you listen to my old videos, like early, like first few months of geekdom. There was like no anger, bro. And then like as I got bigger and I started seeing people get more and more ignorant, it's like it starts. That's why I was telling, like, whenever I do a collab with a new person and they get subs, I'm like, be careful. You're opening. I told Kyrie, bro, I said, be careful. You're opening yourself up to some scum, and because you know people who are associated with me get a lot of shit sometimes because of my haters. Like, there's people who actually hate me so much that they go to other people's channels and talk shit. Like, that alpha tube fucking goober, bro, that fucking loser. This fucking kid will go on a Star Wars channel and say that they unsub from that person because I was on their video. Like, that's such a pathetic, like, loser thing to do, bro. You know what I'm saying? And fucking people, like, have that, like, over what? Like, over a fucking cartoon? Over some dude making videos on the internet? It's mind-boggling. You know, it really is mind-boggling.
I agree. It makes very little sense to me, but, I mean, that's just the world we live in. It really is. And like I was saying with Xeon, like I really like Xeon's content. He doesn't share his opinions enough, and he doesn't share his opinions enough because he's openly talked about it on his channel that he doesn't feel like what he does is artistically his preference, and I'm sure like that's just his.
Well, he wants to do more better edited videos, is what he says. That's what he was telling us.
Yeah, and like I'm just going off of the videos that he made, and I was well, I understand that, but I mean, like I said, the biggest problem, like you said, the biggest problem is people aren't consistent enough, and I'm not necessarily sure. I realized, I mean, to make it clear, I'm not the biggest channel in the world, but I started being way more consistent this semester in terms of like I'm just going to sit down, I'm going to create 7 videos in one day because I only have time to do that, and I'm going to let videos pile up. So now I'm in like finals mode, and I can probably do like stuff like this where I come in and do live streams for 3 fucking hours. Holy shit. Like I can't make videos, but I have enough where it's going to be a little bit more sporadic than usual, but I will at least have content coming out. You need to do that because I've grown about 2,000 subs in a couple months, which is basically where I was at before I started doing that, just because I was more consistent. And that's really the main goal there. You really have to push yourself to put out content, because it doesn't matter whether it's like terrible or good, people are going to gravitate towards it if you do. I mean, obviously you should try to make good content, but people gravitate towards it. You just have to do that. And I learned that from you.
Well, I know that, but I agree with you. But the thing that sucks is that if you can't because you have a full-time job, you have to literally sacrifice your time off. Like, and this is something that you kind of have to do it. Like, you have to sacrifice your time off to grow your channel, and it's a bad sacrifice. I mean, you have to sacrifice time with your spouse or your girlfriend or your family, because if you have a full-time job, you work 9 to 5. Let's say you spend 4 hours editing a video at night. You're going to be going to bed shortly after that. So it's just there's that. Like, when you become a full-time YouTuber, it's easier, but at the same time, there's also more pressure, because when you're not a full-time YouTuber, if your channel doesn't succeed, who cares? You've got a 9 to 5. But if you're a full-timer, if your channel doesn't succeed, you end up, not broke. I would hope you're not stupid enough to blow all your money, but, you end up in a financial hardship. And it sucks because YouTube wants people who are going to do consistent videos. Like, they want people who can upload daily. The problem is that not everybody can upload daily, and not every topic should be uploaded daily. You know what I mean? We're very blessed that Dragon Ball Super is airing weekly with no breaks. If Dragon Ball Super was seasonal, every single one of our channels would have like a 2 or 3 month slump where nobody would even come through. You know what I mean? Like other shows, like Walking Dead, like Trev's Chan. Like Trev's Chan's channel will grow like crazy from October to like February, but what about like from April to September? There's like nothing, and we're blessed in that, but it's so hard, bro. And it's not. I don't think it's fair. Like I understand why. I totally understand why YouTube wants you to do daily content, but not everybody can do it, and they get penalized for it. Like I remember when Lance was over here. We're hanging out, and he wants to do like evergreen content, which I respect. I mean, Quinn and like Juan and a lot of these guys, even Dino, were doing this kind of stuff before Super came back, and it was a lot easier because all we had was that there was no weekly TV show. But like you said, this is actually you. This is your words. Dragon Ball Super has really fucked people's creativity, because now all we talk about is that. But here's the problem, is that if you want to grow your channel, you have to talk about that. I can't do a video about the secrets of Master Roshi's origins. Like, maybe I could do it now, but is it going to be as successful as why Super Saiyan Blue is so strong? Of course not. Is it going to be as successful as 17 versus Goku analysis? Of course not. And that's just how it is, though. Like, I'm not complaining about it. It's just, it sucks because you just have to essentially sacrifice your life for an opportunity to get somewhere, and it's even harder to do it now than before. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing that sucks.
I understand. I completely agree, and that's just part of it. And at the same time, it also goes into, all of that wraps into what you were saying earlier, was you have to do something that's flashy enough to get noticed, but also unique enough to set you apart from everyone else doing the same thing. Because as much as I do love, and like you said, like you say, like, not gonna name names. I'm not going to point people out, but people I love in this community, I just don't feel like their stuff is there, as opposed to some people who are either smaller or bigger, or where they are, and I've talked to those people privately about that stuff. I've talked to them privately about where they are and what they're doing and all this stuff. And you and I have talked about this in private, and you know, that's just so sad, because you see people putting so much time and effort into something that they're proud of, and you realize that there's just something fundamentally wrong with what they're doing, and it's why they're not necessarily seeing the benefits that they want to be seeing. And
no, and you know what? Real quick, also Doug falls in that category, because Doug does AMVs and he can't monetize them. It just sucks because of YouTube's bullshit fucking copyright system. He cannot monetize his videos because they have not only footage but music, and he's a tremendous editor. So people will see his work, but he can't even get paid for it. The only thing that's good for is if you want to become a professional editor and you have that in your portfolio. But other than that, you can't even make money on it, you know? Mm-hmm. It's a passion project, is what I'm trying to say. It's a passion project, you know?
YouTube can be. Like, I feel like for most people, YouTube doesn't start as a business. I don't really think it should. I mean, I don't think you even said, like, you didn't even start as a business. You just thought that you would do that. And like Dino, I'm sure, started as for fun too, and Quinn, and like, I mean, Quinn
didn't even here's the thing, and Quinn's not, this is not even a secret, but a lot of people don't know this. Quinn did not even get paid for like a year, bro. Quinn could not monetize his videos for a year, which is why whenever somebody bitches to me about not making money on YouTube, it's like, this fucking guy Quinn had 100K view videos he made no fucking money on because of the fucking copyright bullshit. That's a true story.
And that's the thing too, isn't it? It's like, and that's the thing that we deal with, and that we have to recognize as not just the Dragon Ball community, but as a bigger community. As you put so much effort into it, you, me, MJ, everyone else that we know and talk to, and it's true. Like, there's a handful of people who don't get the recognition they deserve, or they don't, for whatever reason, they just can't pick up the audience that other people can, and it's mind-boggling at the same time. And then you also have people who I guess have a genuinely big audience and let it go to waste, and I just don't understand. I don't understand what goes through people's minds sometimes. It's just my personal thing. It's like, I remember when I started, and maybe this is just where I'm at in YouTube in terms of...
When did you actually start? Like, when did you actually... Was that like... I know it was 2015, but do you remember the month?
September? Late?
Okay. I was just wondering.
So, and I wasn't nearly as consistent. I mean, like, I kicked myself because I actually had so much time back then. I actually had so much time.
You were doing what MJ's doing right now, I bet. All the time.
Yeah.
I knew it.
But like, yeah, like, so, yeah, but like, you know, it would have been, but I mean, back then, and I guess you're a way more extreme example of this, but back then it's like, I used to tell myself, oh man, if I just had the sub count that I had today, I'd be happy. The truth is, you're not. Like, you try hard, you work hard at it, and you feel like you want to have more, because you feel like part of you feels like you deserve more. But I think the fundamental flaw there is, I think some people really get discouraged by it. That they work so hard and they should have more, and it gets discouraging from actually starting and doing more work instead of focusing on how poorly you're doing versus your expectations. And so you don't work as hard, and it's just kind of counterproductive.
Yeah, you're talking about the downward spiral.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's true in everything in life, but the problem with YouTube is that everything is numbers based. Not that life isn't numbers based, but it's really just like out there for everyone to see just how much wasted potential you are, and you feel like everyone's judging you, or you're not living up to your own expectations in that. And you can see it. It's like right there. It's right in front of you. Like, did that video do 100,000 views? Did that video do 200,000? You know, like, why aren't all my videos doing 100,000 views?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and that's one thing I'll tell you right now. I don't think you and I talked about this, or maybe we did, but when I came back from Celebration, everything changed because like my thing was that, and this is just me, like I really like literally stopped caring about like I was never really about the views. I never was. At first, I did think that the culture of YouTube on Dragon Ball was misrepresented by a lot of channels, and I think that people outside of the fandom, also outside of the YouTube fandom, misrepresented what it was, because like people like Black and Fist weren't getting the kind of credit that they deserve to get, whereas people like, I'm not gonna name any names, bro. I'm not gonna name no names, but there were other channels that were doing content that was making Dragon Ball YouTubers look bad. So what happened was, we had to come in there and kind of create bridges between the non-YouTube people, like the Kanzenshu, the people on Reddit. We had to try our best to create bridges. And I just recently am now trying to create a bridge with the Gochis, because I didn't even know about that fandom, didn't even know it was that big until recently. And there's still pockets of fandom, out there. Same thing with who else is there that I was thinking of? The power scaling community. Again, I'm not a power scaler. I don't think we should take it that seriously, but there is a large community, especially on Google Plus, who loves doing the power scaling, and I can't even hate them for it because, that's what they do. But like, and now we have also those gimmick, what do they call those character channels as well. There's all these different kind of channels out there, and that's cool. But like the thing is that like at this point, I think the best thing to do is to just not even, honestly, it's just to not even overthink this and just keep putting out content. And that goes for everybody, and hope that it hits, because really the best, because here's the thing, YouTube is a business for some of us. It is for me. And the thing is, if you're going to turn it into a business, I feel that you have to treat it like a business, meaning that you have to do as much research as possible. You have to do as much networking as possible. You have to, all that stuff you have to do. However, at the end of the day, it's going to entirely come down to what YouTube's algorithm promotes. And we could sit here and spend 15 to 20 hours a day researching the algorithm, testing stuff out. I know that Anime Live Reaction spends a long time testing out different things, different kind of keywords and whatnot, like what works on YouTube. And nobody has a set formula that succeeds. Expert Games uploads three times a week and gets a lot of views. Dino uploads, I think, 14 times a week minimum, and he gets a lot of views. And there's no real set way to do it because it keeps changing. So it's one of those things where every time you try to game the system changes. And then you've got the clickbaiters who come in here and they clickbait, and then they end up killing their own channels dead. Like if you look at the clickbaiters, right, a lot of them are dead channels now. And again, I'm not naming no names. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. And it's because I think that what we should do is focus more on having just better, unique content than trying to game the system with flashy thumbnails and things like that. Like, it's good to have a good thumbnail. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to disrespect, a bad thumbnail. But I think at the end of the day, I think it just comes down to how genuine you are. And look, when I went to Celebration, bro, I talked to people who make a lot more money than me outside of YouTube and inside of YouTube, and they kind of changed my whole perspective on this, and they were celebrating 20,000 views. You know what I mean? And that's not a lot for a lot of people. That's a lot for others. But the point is, it's all about perspective. And I think that if we sit here and we constantly try to copy somebody else or be the next Expert Games or the next, Geekdom or the next Rhyme Style or the next Quaman, it's just not, it's so disgenuine. Like, we know that's not you. We know you don't really care about this fucking series. People see through that. I would rather have 10 50K videos than one 500K video and the rest do 10K. Like that, you know what I mean? Because that means that people are constantly coming back to me. That means they trust me. And I think that that's the most important thing. Like that's honestly how I view it. And I think a lot of us, and it's not just me, but I'm not going to name names because a lot of people are my friends. I think we did focus a lot on views for a while. And I think that we should just not try so hard. Like work hard, but just understand that it has to be organic, because at the end of the day, bro, it's not about, like, you can make the best video possible, but if YouTube doesn't want to promote it, you're going to be stuck at a certain level, and that's that. And it sucks. It really fucking sucks. It sucks. But what can you do? Like, what can you really do, you know?
Mm-hmm. Like, and that's what I was saying earlier too. With, yeah, you gotta just be you. And I made it very clear. I really hope anyone who's subbed to me and has been for a long time has seen the difference that my channel is right now than it was even just a couple months ago. I was like, I look at my uploads and I'm happy with myself. I'm happy with what I've done, because like I'm not doing what I feel like I did for a long time, and people I know, people I talk to regularly, and people I've talked to individually have done and do with this is you like, there's this idea that I want to do something else. Like I want to be my own I want to be my own content creator, and I want to do this. And then they get discouraged, or you put yourself off in terms of like, oh, I'll do it later. Like I just need to get a bigger sub count. I need to get a bigger audience, and then all that will be worth it. And it's like, no, just do, like, if you want to talk about something, talk about something. As long as you think you can make it interesting to the point where people might click on it and stuff, or you feel like you can talk with a certain amount of authority, like you said, like, have you done enough research? Have you done enough of this or that? Do it, because, I mean, YouTube might be a business for people like you or other people that we know. It's not for me, not yet. And if I'm not going to have fun with it, and this goes for a lot of people probably on here who don't have the type of audience that even I have. It's like, if you're not going to have fun with it, I mean, what's the point?
I mean, it just sucks because, like, you almost have to have fun with it because there's so many things out of your control. I'll give you an example real quick. So Lance, about a month ago, did Dragon Ball Dissection, the Bardock special, 21-minute fucking analysis of the Bardock special, better than, probably the best analysis of that TV special anybody's ever done. For Neville World does a video on the same day called Bardock, and in his video, in Fornever's video, he promoted Lance. He actually said, I watched this video from Missed Air Fusion, put a link in the description. Fornever's video did 500,000 views. Lance's didn't even do 10,000. Now think about that for a minute. Think about what I just said right now. Think about how fucking crazy that is, that people went to Fornever's video and Fornever promoted Lance in the beginning of the video, and not even 10% of those people went to Lance's channel to watch it. So why? Like, and I just sit here and I wonder, like, why? And I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out why they couldn't even at least try Lance's video. I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. I really don't understand. It sucks. I was so happy that Fornever World plugged him, because the more eyeballs that we get on Lance, the better. But it's like so weird that not a lot of people actually followed through with the click. I don't know. Maybe he should have promoted him twice. Maybe the strategy should be you promote him at the beginning and at the end of the video. Maybe that would have worked better. But it's weird because you can do a collaboration with a big channel and get a lot of subscribers to go to you, and sometimes you won't get that many. Like, me and Dino shouted you out once, and you got a fuckload of subs. I've done collabs with people, and they've gotten a fuckload of subs. I've done collabs with other people, and they haven't. And it's just, I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand why it doesn't happen. And I've been trying to figure it out for 2 years, and it's a mystery to me,
No, I remember that. I think a lot of that is what you were saying earlier. It's like down to timing. It's, when I came in, when like you and I first started talking, it was already too congested, let alone what it is now. And you see a lot of stuff, a lot of people getting shout outs, a lot of people getting recognition. And that was back also when you and I first started working together. You weren't working. You were working with a couple of people, but you weren't working as with many people as you are today. And I think there's just so many reasons why people do go down and click things, or they go check out something, that or the other. But it's true. It's like what succeeds, what doesn't succeed, for what reasons, and a lot of it's luck. A lot of it has to do with like building an audience over the course of a couple of years, like you've done, like I've done, and I'm pretty sure like most people watching this are trying or have done. And I don't know the answer. I really don't know I think that's the whole point, is we don't know the answer, and we're all just kind of sitting and hoping that YouTube doesn't screw us over anytime soon. Because
I mean, the thing that pisses me off though is that right now we're in the middle of an advertiser strike, and they decide to change the algorithm again now. Like, YouTube is such fucking bullshit because they changed the algorithm. Like in December when we're supposed to be making the most amount of money, and they change it again now when we're making the least amount. Like, stop! Like, I understand that their entire purpose is to have people is to promote videos for people based on what their watching habits are. Like, I get all that, but the way they're going about it and their lack of communication makes us and then we start to question ourselves, like, are people getting tired of us? Are people getting tired of Dragon Ball? Like, are people getting burnt out on Dragon Ball? Like, are we sick of, this show's been on the air now for 88 episodes. Are people getting sick of this fucking show? Were people turned off by the Trunks arc? Were they turned off by the Resurrection F arc? Were they turned off by the Universe 6 arc? The answer is yes, for some of them. For some of them, they were turned off. And it's just one of those things but we're not going to ever know exactly how much, because if the algorithm keeps changing, we can't keep track of the interest level of this series. It's hard,
Mm-hmm. And then you're sitting around feeling like you're sitting around the whole time feeling like you're wrapping yourself in more of a corner. If your main focus is losing steam, then what do you do next? Because you don't want to give it up, and I don't know. I don't necessarily understand why they're doing it the way they do. I think the one reason they are doing this, or the one reason that they keep changing it up, is because they don't necessarily know what they're doing either. I think that's really the truth of the matter, is like they're trying to figure out something that works, where they're making the most that they possibly can. And that kind of goes to, they want people to be flashy because they want people to make content that other people are going to click on and all this other stuff. And they're trying to figure out that. And it kind of goes against everything that you were saying.
Yeah, but and you know what sucks is that breeds clickbait.
But that's,
you know what I mean?
Like, that's like, I was getting to that.
Oh, sorry.
That's what you were saying. That's what you've always been saying, is like, it breeds this flashy clickbait, no substance type of thing. Because look, I don't want, like, I feel like, not naming, like, I don't really know who to name or any names or something, but it's really obvious. It's just part of being alive. It's a part of this. Is lowest common denominator crap wins. The stuff.
Yes, I know. It's all crap.
And you know what? No offense to anyone who absolutely loves it, but I've tried. I've really tried, because I do need, like, being in school doing YouTube, whenever I get a break, I need stupid content to turn my brain off. And I've watched all of Family Guy, The Simpsons, like all those like shows that are my go-to mainstays. So this semester I needed stuff, so I've been trying to watch The Big Bang Theory. I can't do it. I fucking can't do it. It's the worst show ever. It is so lowest common denominator. No, it's terrible.
I'm not a huge fan either, but I got you.
But like the point is, it's like the point there is like it's lowest common denominator. It's just it's funny because because everyone watches it because it's mindless. as much as it tries to be funny, it's mindless, and it's, I don't know. But the same thing is on YouTube. The same thing is on YouTube, but at a much lower scale, like at a much less a less risky scale. Is you make something flashy that doesn't have any real substance to it that almost anyone can watch and enjoy, and that's what kind of sells, because I watch it and I'm like, oh, it was pretty good. Like, I didn't really have to think about it. They didn't say anything that kind of tried to manipulate what I already thought.
They didn't say anything that made me think. Yeah, I can't think anymore. Yeah, and that's bullshit, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll give you an example of that with me, and I'll get a little candid here. It's gonna sound a little weird, but just try to follow me here. So I did a video that I actually didn't even like. Okay, so whenever there's a topic of, I'm trying to word this in a way where I don't sound like I'm a douche here. So let me explain what I'm trying to say as thoroughly as possible. So sometimes in our fandom, there are topics that are being discussed that I think are fucking stupid. Okay, Goku Black being Goten, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
You know, the idea of Goku getting a new transformation in this arc based on the fact that he two frames of animation from the intro, I think is a stupid fucking idea. The fact that Goku has one line he says to Toppo about surpassing his limits, and people are automatically assuming it means he's gonna get a new form, as if we needed more transformation in this fucking confusing ass show. So I tried to avoid doing that topic, and I did avoid it for a couple weeks, and then finally, for shits and giggles, I do the video Goku surpassing his limits 3 weeks ago. It has 144,000 views, and it's like, I'm just sitting there like, I'm not trying to look a gift towards in the mouth, because I'm very blessed that I got that many views in the video, but I'm also like, for fuck's sake. Like, and in the video, I talk about how the thing about Goku's character is that Goku has always surpassed his limits. Goku has always surpassed his limits from the beginning of the series. That's been a consistent trope in this freaking show. And it's like you almost have to pander to the stupidity to get fucking views, bro. And I don't like dumbing myself down. I really don't, but I feel like sometimes you just have to pander for those people. And I just don't care. Like, I don't care about transformations. I don't care about, like, because I'm smart enough to understand that transformations are usually done because they want to sell more toys. I understand that the reason why Krillin and 17 can compete with Goku now is because, well, we were too lazy to write a better story, so we're going to make it work this way. And now as a result of that, you've got this fucking water tank theory, which everybody's talking about now, including me, because my video on it dropped Saturday morning, or Friday morning. I forgot if it's Friday or Saturday morning. I don't remember. But anyway, the point is that, like, I don't want to address these things because I feel like when I address them, I feel slimy afterward, but I have to address them because so many people want me to address them. It's like you're stuck in a weird bubble where you want to be creative and think outside the box, but every time that you come up with a topic that's outside the box that you think that people are going to like, they don't give a shit. They just want everybody on YouTube to regurgitate the same bullshit fucking topics over and over again. And it's irritating, bro. And I think it's more so the fandom than anything, but it could also be the way YouTube's pushing videos out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I really think, like, I honestly think that that's really just the fandom, and the fandom feeds the algorithm, really, because look, we've talked about this before. I think both of us have covered this in separate videos on our channel too. It's these things people want to, with the clickbait, they see something, or they see like a legitimate question that they themselves have thought, or something, and they click on it, and then they click on it, it's unsatisfying, but other people have talked about it, and like, okay,
well yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
We definitely talked about that, and those are your words, not mine. where it's like, yeah,
No, that was told to me by a leader of a network. Yes,
so
absolutely.
It's not satisfying. So, but other people, like 5 other people, have talked about it. So I wonder if anyone else has any questions. And look, this has nothing to do with Dragon Ball. This has nothing to do with the fandom in general. I do the same thing, and I'm sure other people do. I do the same thing with movie news. It's like at certain level, like I'm looking more so for opinions that are interesting, rather than I'm looking for actual news, and that's why I go click on that article or something like that, because I want to hear what other people have to say about this news that dropped or something that was said here or there, other than like I'm looking for legitimate facts or I'm looking for legitimate information. And I don't think anything's wrong with that. I just think the problem when it comes to Dragon Ball is the fact that the fandom is
cancer?
No.
Is that what you were going to say?
No. The fandom is by and large young, and it's weird. It's weird because I grew up in a different era of Dragon Ball than you, but even me,
not that much different.
No, not entirely different. I was there at the very beginning when it started becoming a little bit more mainstream, when it was actually on television. Instead of being like bootlegged and getting things, although I did find for very, very expensive back in the heyday, getting back on a topic that we were on a while ago, in the heyday I actually did find on VHS in the Galleria Mall, in this old timey like used fucking VHS movie store, somebody had a couple of copies of pure Dragon Ball Z like taped anime from the Android Saga, the Vegeta 18 fights, and for a lot of money, I convinced my parents to get it for me. No subs, no nothing. It was terrible content, terrible quality, and I treasured them. But that's beyond the point. I think the what I was trying to get at is, back when I was first getting into Dragon Ball, I remember that the internet was, the internet back then in like 97 or something, that was at the that was at the heyday where the internet was becoming kind of more of a mainstream thing for middle class families throughout the United States, and you had everyone basically making concepts and everyone making websites and sharing things, all the forums that popped up and everything. And one of the cool things about Dragon Ball, and probably one of the reasons it was booming at the time, was because of that. Because the internet was kind of in its heyday, or at the beginning of the boom, and you had people on there talking about Dragon Ball, all of them, and there was so much misinformation clouded in with so much real content. So, back when Raditz was there, Raditz showed up, people were talking about, the androids and Cell and Boo and all this other stuff that apparently had already happened, and I don't know how. Like, at that point, I didn't understand how, but you couldn't separate that stuff out with GT, the original Dragon Ball, and also AF at the time, and it just became like this muddied waters of what was real, what was fake, and everything. But we're still there. Yeah. YouTube makes it still there. It's crazy that Super Saiyan White became a thing. It's crazy that so many people believe that Goten Black was a thing. It's great. Like, where does it come from? It's like we have so much avenues of real information and real news. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, and it's trippy because we're blessed enough to have a website like Konzenshu and people like Herms on hand, now, and for years we've had them, and yet other fandoms, like, there's no like Konzenshu for Naruto, there's no Konzenshu for Sailor Moon. There should be, but I don't see a website like that. I mean, you've got the Naruto, you've got obviously the Naruto and the Sailor Moon wikis, but are they accurate? Are they complete? And it's one of those things where it kind of sucks. And people still don't know, like Dragon. The thing that's weird about the Dragon Ball fandom is that they're misinformed, but they don't have to be misinformed. Now, The thing is, I totally understand, like, if you're a kid and you're looking up, like, Broly Super Saiyan 4, like, I do understand that because you're just a kid and you want to see something cool, like, that's fine. Like, I don't really hate somebody like that. But I think a big problem is that a lot of people grew up with the video games and never watched the series. In fact, I had some people tell me point blank, they said, I never saw Dragon Ball Z. I played Budokai, then I went back and I watched GT, like, on tape, like. And so if you've never seen Dragon Ball Z, if you've never watched the series, then you're going to, like, Kairi saying Kanzenshu's young. Daizenshu EX, dude, it's the same shit. Come on. So anyways, if you watch the series, right, if you don't watch Dragon Ball, like the series, or read the manga, and you just play the games, you're going to ask questions that make you look stupid. Like questions like, you know, why is Android 16 not back, or why is 17? I thought 17 was dead. Because if you play the Dragon Ball games, right? Let's say you play Budokai 2 or 3 or Xenoverse or whatever. You don't see the scene where 17 gives Goku energy for the Genki Dama, right? You don't see that. So it's one of those things where, like, people never bother to watch the series and they ask these questions and they get chewed up by others, and I'm guilty of this myself. The thing about me, bro, that a lot of people don't understand about me is that I'm extremely self-aware. Meaning that if you're gonna sit there and say geekdom, you're a dick to, you know, to people who ask questions, the answer is I have been. I'm not saying that I always am, but I have been, and I am guilty of that, and I feel bad about it. I don't do it anymore, but there was a time when I did do that. But then I realized, I was like, well, wait a minute, like, people just played the games and they never saw the series, so it's one of those things where they kind of, like, don't know these things. But I'm just trying to tell them to watch the series so that they know. But then I sit there and I think, okay, well, it's like almost 300 episodes. That's a lot of shit to watch. Like, people tell me all the time to watch Naruto. Like, have you watched Naruto? It's like, I can't because it's too long. Like, it's I don't have that kind of time, and it's just one of those things where it's just a continuous, like, snowball of, like, you know, people not knowing. But my whole thing is that I'm cool with somebody who doesn't know anything or is ignorant or whatever. I don't like when they're dicks about it. That's the thing. Like, I think if we all, and I mean everybody, just got a little bit more knowledgeable about things, we wouldn't think the way that we did. Like, for example, if you want to talk about your opinion on something, like, let's say that you think that, again, the Bruce Faulkner thing, you think that Bruce Faulkner makes great music. That's your opinion, and I can't even argue with you. What I can tell you is that Bruce Faulkner's career is nowhere close to Kikuchi's career. I can tell you that much, and I can tell you that the original intention of the original series was not to sound like that. Now, if you still like Faulkner, that's cool, because I'm actually talking to those fucking guys right now on email. Like, that's cool. They're good dudes. They genuinely are good musicians. But people just attack, like, you know, the whole thing with the pronunciation of the word Saiyan. If you say Saiyan, like I used to, and I do from time to time, and Lance and Herms and all these fucking guys, people, rather than say, why are they pronouncing it that way? That's not what I grew up with, but these guys obviously know what they're talking about. There has to be a reason why. That's not what crosses their mind. Instead, what crosses their mind is, fuck these guys, they don't know shit, when at the end of the day, they're the ones who look stupid, because I teach them more about their fucking dub than they even know, and I'm the motherfucker who's consulting with the people who worked on that motherfucking dub. So it amazes me that so many people out there have the audacity to say that I have a big ego, when they're the fucking egotistical motherfuckers who think they know everything when they don't know shit. There's my rant for the night. You see what I'm saying? Like it's all about respect, bro. Like, it's all about fucking respect. Like, if somebody else says something, like if somebody says, like, forget that example. I'll give you another example. Like, if somebody else says some shit like, I think Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is the best Dragon Ball Z game. That's a fucking popular game, dude. That's cool. But if you say something like Xenoverse 2 sucks, Tenkaichi 3's better, well, maybe, but I don't think Xenoverse 2 sucks. I think I'm not as big in a Xenoverse 2 as other people are, but it just becomes this kind of black and white thing where everything has to be like this or like this, and you can't look at it from a middle ground. And that's the part that kind of bothers me, is that if people knew more, like people will talk shit about Burst Limit, and they'll say, okay, Burst Limit was unfinished, right? But if you knew that, you wouldn't complain about there not being a Busaka and Burst Limit. You see what I'm saying? Like there's shit that people, if they knew more, they wouldn't complain about, but they don't take the time to know more. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm probably the last thing I'm going to say here. I'm going to head off to bed soon, but the last thing I'll say on that point, and I think you're right. Like we should all learn to be like, we should all learn more. But I think a better interpretation of that really is, we should all be a little bit more open-minded, because like you're right, we can all have our opinions. The problem is when you start thinking your opinion is fact and you wanna argue opinions as fact. That's what creates animosity, and that's what creates hatred and all this stuff that we get towards, like I guess anything really that we deal with in terms of this community or anything in life. Is like, if you can get a little bit more inclined to just being like, look, I have my opinions, other people have their opinions, we're still like human beings, we can be nice to each other, we can accept each other as individuals, or just people with different opinions. That way if you want to pronounce saying as cyan, which, funny little thing on that though, little funny aside on that is, I always thought it was weird because I didn't know about the whole cyan thing until later. But now that I look back, I always think it's weird that the only thing in mainstream media at the time where the original dub was airing that said cyan right were the toy commercials. Even though I always thought that they were saying it weirdly. But I guess that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Goku Super Saiyan. Remember, they were showing clips of Majin Vegeta years before that episode aired in America, bro.
Yeah, and Goku Super Saiyan. I was like, oh my god, he's saying
and
it weird.
Right.
Yeah,
and they were right. I remember that one YouTuber. Do you ever remember that one video that one guy did where he was making fun of how the pronunciation was wrong, and everybody, like all the hardcore fans, like clowned him into deleting the video? That was like a year ago. I don't know if you remember that.
I do remember that.
That was so funny.
He was like, I remember that.
He was like, it's saying, and then like everybody was like, actually, no, it's not. Oh, I don't really care. See, the fucked up thing is that the pronunciation shit never even bothered me. It was the fact that they came at me like I was wrong. Like these people, like, they come at you, right, saying that you're wrong when they don't even have a fucking goddamn clue. They don't. I mean, with all due respect, this is going to come off egotistical, but it's really not if you hear what I'm trying to say. This goes back to willful ignorance, that whole rant. If I say something, or if somebody says something about something, and you say, fuck you, you're wrong, you better fucking be right, and most of the time they're not, and that's the problem.
But that's...
and that's the issue. It's not that way, it's this way, you're wrong. Well, no, you're wrong, and the problem is that we don't have time to prove them wrong because there's so many of them that are so misinformed. See what I'm saying? So we can't go person to person. Then you've got the ones that are willfully ignorant that won't even listen to anything you say. See what I'm saying?
That's the thing, though. You have people like that who, first of all, when you're right, when you know you're right and everything, not necessarily true. Some people are dicks about things, but when you're right and you know you're right, you usually don't go at people with such animosity. And there is a lot of animosity when it comes to that. Like, people get really passionate about things that just don't matter. I've had people do that on my channel too. It's like, it astounds me. It astounds me that you're so passionate about this that you took the time to write out a little rant on my comment section telling me what a fucking loser idiot I am for making this video. It's like,
and they know nothing about you, bro.
Well, it's like, well, they do. They know.
No, but it's just funny. Let me pull a Dragon Ball Z right now and give you some of my ego, my quote ego, right? These motherfuckers call you an idiot. You're a motherfucker who's going to law school right now, bro. You're going to be a motherfucking lawyer, bro. You're going to be one of them fucking attorney motherfucking Jeffrey Cochran, O.J. Simpson murder lawyers, bro, who's going to be making $300,000 a year. So it's like these people are going to be fucking flipping burgers and bagging groceries and delivering mail. And the reason why I say that with such a confident way is because anybody who's successful doesn't treat other people like that, bro. You know, you don't if you're successful and happy, you don't have to treat others like shit. And granted, there are people who are successful throughout history that have treated people like shit. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to the degree of like trolling somebody on the internet. Like nobody who's fucking successful does that bullshit, bro.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I feel like that's true. It's just like that's the thing though. Like I've actually commented to those people. I'm like, it just astounds me that you're so passionate about this. You're so angry about this that you took the time. Like you were mad. Because the way you wrote this, you must have been mad the whole time you were writing it, and it didn't take like a second. Like it took minutes. Like you didn't calm down. It perplexes me. It's like I don't get it. I don't get why you were so mad. And then they'll comment back, it didn't take me any time. It took me like a second to write that. You're a dick. I'm like, okay. But,
and it just sucks because sometimes you get baited into like talking to these people because sometimes you want to get through to them and you just can't because they won't listen. So what can you do? You know, you just move on.
Yeah,
sucks.
Exactly. And I feel bad. Like, okay, the very last thing I'll say, but I do feel bad because it astounds me because as much as I try to ignore those type of commenters, I see on my videos, especially now that my videos are doing better, that my sub.
At least you're not as bad as Donnie, bro, who fucking goes into war with these fucking people, bro.
I know.
Donnie fucking gets into wars with these fucking people,
I know.
bro.
He has his moments, but what I was saying is like I feel bad because like I guess if that's what they want to do, that's fine. But my subs fight those people, and I've seen the same thing on your channel. Like your subs fight those people, and it's like. I guess that's what you want to do, but I don't want that kind of animosity. It's like I don't want like a 50 comment or 100 comment like war, like reply war on a video.
No, I agree. I don't like I'm cool with people like debating, but I hate like you'll read the comments of a lot. It's not even just your video or my video, Quinn's videos, you know, Dino's. People will be fighting in there. They'll be debating, and that's cool if you want to debate. But then it just becomes this big fucking this big flame war where it regresses into like name calling, and it's like over a fucking cartoon, dude. Like, and you know what? Again, it has to be a maturity thing because I've told this story before. I almost got into a fist fight with somebody in high school over Dragon Ball. Like, I was that stupid when I was in high school, you know what I mean? That's why, like, when I talk to some younger people, like, I understand where they're coming from because I was there too, you know what I mean? I remember that. But it sucks for somebody like me because I'm so far removed from being that way that I sometimes forget that people are like that and they don't understand things, you know what I mean? Because you kind of, the thing is, bro, like, it's not even a thing where, like, I think that older people are superior to younger people or any of that stuff. I think it's more so that the older you are, the more shit has happened to your life and the more bullshit you've been through, and therefore you tend to appreciate things and not let shit like cartoons and shit bother you because a 16-year-old kid on the internet bitching about a cartoon has absolutely no experience in life. Well, not all of them, because some of them have been through hell. I know a couple of them that have been through some shit, but they're not going to have experiences like a 30-year-old man will have. Like, you know, they haven't gone through the heartbreaks. They haven't been in like a 4-year relationship with a girl and then she cheats on you, and that's actually never happened to me. I'm just throwing an idea out there. They've never like been in like they've never been arrested. Most of them, they haven't really been, and that happened to me once. They've never been through like life problems. So but when you go through some shit in your life, like I was homeless, I lost everything. So when you go through like rock bottom, you get out of it and you realize like it's not even worth fighting over this shit when there's bigger problems in the world. Like it's mind-boggling that people are on the internet bitching about a cartoon when there's motherfuckers out there fucking dying, bro. Like the fucking serious shit, all this fucking, the motherfuckers fucking hungry and dying, and you don't think about that when you're younger because you have no outside perspective. You know what I mean? It's deep, bro. It's deep shit. This is deep.
No, I completely agree, and that's before you got on here. Like right before you got on here, I was talking about that too. It was like, I think I've told you this too. A friend of mine in college sat me down and told me that, and him and I always had like really deep conversations. But he was absolutely right. It's one of the best things I'll never forget. You know, he's saying like, you want, you know, doesn't matter what it was. It was like you want this now. You want this now. Like, think about that. Like, if you want to, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be a flame war on a YouTube comment section. It's the most important thing to you right now. Like, and it's the mountain you have to climb. It's an obstacle you make. That person is gonna have to agree with me because I'm right. Or it could be, I want a woman, or I want, you know, like I have exams coming up in a couple days. It's like, I want to get a good grade on the exam or something, and it engulfs your life. You can't think about anything else. You get overly stressed and worried, and it affects your health. And the older I've gotten, like especially right now, it's like I'm going into it like I have an exam on Saturday morning, and I am not prepared for it. Now, have I studied for it all semester? And have I studied, like, have I given out of the last, like, 4 days, have I given, like, 30 hours to studying and outlining and stuff? Yeah. Like, I'm going to work my ass off tomorrow, too. Am I going to be prepared? No. Is it the end of the fucking world? No. Like, the thing, like I said earlier, the thing about college, the thing about grades, the thing about women, the thing about anything else is you gotta realize and you gotta let yourself know that it's going to be okay.
That's right. That's right.
And you just, you can only be as good as you are and as you have the strength to be. And if you're not the smartest guy in the world, it doesn't matter. If you're not the most confident person in the world, it doesn't matter. You have to be okay with yourself. And you know what? And it's hard, that's not as easy as it sounds, but if you can get to that point in life, for most things, not probably everything, everyone has something that eats away at them, but if you can get that point in most things, especially some of the more pressing matters in your life, man, it's a real freeing feeling, and you just feel more confident in everything.
I think you're right, and the other thing too, I like that you're saying, and I think people who are young should listen to this too, if they're there, is surround yourself with older people and read a lot of stuff on psychology and shit, because like reading about psychology has really helped me understand things to a different degree. But there is a gift and the curse here, right? There is a gift and a curse. The gift is that you tend to understand human behavior better. But the curse is that when you understand human behavior, it kind of lets you realize that human beings are dicks. And when you understand why they do things, you tend to smell bullshit better. Like, and that's one thing that, like, I've talked to Quinn about this also, like, when you smell the bullshit from people. So, like, you know, I'm pretty good at spotting this shit. But, like, the thing is, like, you know, like, for example, if you get rejected by a girl, which happens to everybody. And I know there's girls in the chat right now, so let's just say rejected by a guy. You know, you're going to freaking be hurt. But once you get to a state later on, in your life when you realize, and this takes time because nobody can figure this out when they're young unless they're a prodigy. When you realize that she rejected you, her rejection was not a personal thing, meaning that if a girl doesn't like you, it doesn't mean that you yourself are a bad person. I mean, maybe you are. That's a different topic. You probably aren't, though, right? It's just that she, for some reason, does not find you attractive. And then when you really break it down, right? When you really sit there and you think about it, she dumped you or she rejected you. You don't even know this freaking girl, right? But yet you're hurt. So then you start breaking it down. Like, why are you hurt? You're not hurt because she rejected you. You're hurt because your ego has been shattered. That's really what it is. You created this vision where you were going to be with this girl and you built it up for so long. And this happens all the time. That's why everybody's got to watch 500 Days of Summer, bro. You got to watch that fucking movie.
I love that movie so much.
Please watch that movie. You create this false vision in your head of you and that girl going out to dates and she meets your family and all that shit. And you do that when you're young. When you're old, you don't do this shit. You fucking her, like, and the thing is that whenever you imagine having sex with her, it's always like a porn movie type thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's always like you're fucking for 45 minutes, like in the middle of the road at 2 a.m, and you know that's never gonna happen, right? Like, you know, like, brother, 2 humps like a camel's the way I roll, bro. Once you go Spanish, all the rest gonna vanish, bro. 2 humps like a camel, and I'm out of there. But no, the point is, like, you go through all this fucking, like, you build it up, you finally make a move on her. And then she freaking rejects you, and you have to realize that it's not even like it hurts. It hurts, but it doesn't hurt because she rejected you. You know why? Because you don't even know her. It's because your own ego. You feel dissed. Like, you feel like, wait a minute, am I not good enough for you? Like, what about what we had? We didn't have shit. You just thought you had something. Which is why, like, the friend zone's kind of a myth. Like, the friend zone's real, but it's not what people think it is. It's not, which is a different topic altogether. But it's interesting, though, because, like, later on in life, once you realize that, like, it's not a personal thing, that some girls are not going to like your face, they're not going to like your body, they're not going to like your attitude, they won't like your jokes, they won't like your demeanor, they won't like your clothing, they won't. There's all same thing with the other way around. It's like once you realize that, bro, then you start to become what's called self-actualized, bro. Like, if you, like, you know what's deep, bro? Before you go, I know you have to go in a minute, but if you look up the Abraham Maslow hierarchy of needs, like, the hierarchy of needs is some deep shit, because when you look at the hierarchy of needs, I truly believe in that system, because it talks about, like, you know, psychological safety, love, esteem, and self-actualization. Like, I don't know about you, but, like, me, I can't successfully talk to a woman unless I've got a good job and I've got, like, and I'm okay, right? But, like, the whole thing is, like, and it has nothing to do with, like, gold diggers. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about just, I can't take a woman out on a date and make her feel special if I'm broke, because I can't even pay for my own motherfucking food or gas. So I got to get a job. So one thing I've noticed in my life is every time that I've been single, I've been without a job, because I'm so focused on getting that job that I can't even think about, like, dating or any of that stuff. I can't make someone else happy till I'm happy. Then you move up from there. Okay, you got the girl. You get intimate with her. Then you move up and you actually establish a better relationship and you're loving yourself more. Then you finally hit fucking self-actualization, which is you're completely happy with what you've done and what you've accomplished. Now it's time to change the world. And the problem is that not a lot of people... This is a deep conversation, bro. I don't know if anybody's listening, but this is super deep. Fucking, when you hit self-actualization, dude, that's when you become a true actualized alpha male. And the problem is that most of us aren't going to hit that till we're in our 30s. And that's real shit, like, because we have to go through that pyramid struggle in our teens and in our 20s. Then when we hit our 30s and we have our career going and everything's good, then we hit that actualization, if we even manage to make it there, because not everybody makes it there. You know, like, the real alpha males, bro, are like guys like Martin Luther King, like people who have legitimately changed the world. There's varying degrees on, you know, your changes. You might change little things, you might change big things, but that's when, like, you really, like, are at your absolute happiness, you know. But it takes time to get there, you know what I'm saying? So we have to go through that pain first. I don't know why we got on this topic, bro, but Remember, I like this more than Dragon Ball.
No, I completely agree, and it's like what I was saying both earlier in the conversation and also before you came in. It's like when it comes to women, especially women, but like I said, kind of like what you were saying too, in different light, not necessarily the hierarchy of needs, but I do kind of, I do actually like that theory, or I guess self-actualization of this just universal concept of who we are as human beings and individuals is, like I said, it's always going to be the next thing. Like, it's not necessarily like what you were saying when you were saying, you can't take a woman out, you can't have a relationship if you can't take care of yourself. That's true, but it really depends on where your mind is. It really depends on what you feel like is the next step of, like, what is your individual, next hierarchy, or next individual needs. Because, like, the hierarchy is generalized. It's not individualized. And the way I looked at it, always have, is what is my next thing, not necessarily what is, like, obviously you need food and shelter and all this other stuff so I can get to the next level, obviously.
Exactly.
That's just
it's survival, bro. It's what it is.
That's primal. But you look at other things, it's like, what is my next thing? Where am I at in life? How do I need to like advance in terms of, do I want a relationship next? Is the job the most important thing and everything? It's individualized. And also what I was saying about women and everything before that, before you came in, when MJ was here, wherever he went.
Yeah, I was wondering what y'all were talking about.
I was kind of saying that, yeah, it's true when you want to be with a woman, or any relationship, or you want friends or anything, the one thing that always makes me laugh is, because I'm sure everyone listening to this and everyone and their mother has heard, you can't find anyone, you don't know how to get people, you see everyone else, especially when you're single and you're lonely and you're depressed, everyone seemingly is already dating and having sex and everything else, because you should
be happy.
Yeah, like they should be happy and all this other stuff. Like, when you're single and you wonder how everyone else gets that, and you wonder why you don't have it and what's wrong with you and everything you were saying before, and it plays into this. And the advice that everyone gives each other, which I think is shitty advice, because it doesn't hit at the heart of the situation, is they say you can be with someone, or you can find love when you're not looking for it. And I always thought that was really shitty advice, because it doesn't really make any sense, especially if that's like what your need at the time is. That's the thing you want the most. Right.
Whatever you want. Yeah, you might not even want that.
It's the thing that you're hyper focused on. So how can I not be hyper focused on it? And I came across this self-realization, because it's something I've heard, and it's absolutely true. There's no denying it, that is the best advice. It's the most dumbed down, perfect advice you can give to someone, because it's true. Every time you find love, you're not looking for it.
No, you're not. It just happens.
And
weird.
So I remember I was talking to a woman, and she was really opening up to me because she was lonely. And of course, I've been in a happy relationship for around going on 4 years now, and she was really lonely, and she's, when you have someone crying next to you about their inadequacies and all this other stuff, and you have to explain to them, and of course that was what I told her. I told her the same thing that everyone told me, and she wasn't accepting it. Of course, in that moment of frailty, in that moment of weakness, of course you don't want to accept something that you've probably heard 1,000 times over. So I had to think a little bit deeper during it, and I thought, this is my perfect answer for that. And I know it's still not great, but it's better than you have to not be looking for it, because everyone who's looking for it is hyper focused on it, and they're never not going to stop. So I told her, where you are right now is weak. It's weakness, and it's not attractive. I mean, harsh words, but true. It's like, this is weakness, it's not attractive. People do not gravitate towards it. Men, women, it doesn't matter. What it is when I found my current girlfriend, when I found any woman that I've ever been with, it was at a moment in time where I was happy with who I was.
That's right, bro. Man, fucking now we're talking, bro. Yes.
And I was like,
yes.
It was in a moment in time
That's
when
a
I was
trip,
young,
bro.
and I was happy with who I was. And at that particular moment, I didn't care whether I was with someone else or not, because it wasn't what defined me. And it's true with every facet of life.
But the problem is, but the problem is that people have codependency issues, and that's why they go from relationship to relationship to relationship, because they're trying to fulfill their own needs rather than fulfill the needs of their partner, which is why their relationships fucking fail, bro. Not everybody's like you, bro. I'm just letting you know that. Like, you're good, but there's a lot of people out there who have mental illnesses. They don't even realize they have it.
Mm-hmm. And I realize that, but it's the same with everything. It's the same with everything. It's the same with YouTube. It's the same with everything. Don't let your sub count define you. Don't let the views define. Don't let intangible things define you. You define you. You do what you want to do. You be who you want. You be comfortable with who you are in life. Because, like what I said earlier, it's this situation between every new obstacle cannot be the end of the world. Because if that's the world you live in, it's exhausting. I've lived in that world. I've lived in it where grades, relationships, family drama, everything, everything. Medical issues. It was like, I don't know how I'm going to live with this. And it breeds this darkness in you. This dark depression, suicidal, like, I can't deal with the world around me, because if everything is world shattering, then where are you never picking up the pieces?
That's deep, bro. I mean, I will say one other thing too before you get out of here. In the chat, they were talking about the whole thing with like the whole thing about girls maturing faster than guys. I just want to quickly address that. No, it is true that women do mature faster than guys, not just physically, but also mentally, psychologically, because I just want to real quick talk about the parental investment theory, the PI. So, like, the way it works is that the reason why women prefer older guys, and it's very common in society, like if you look through society's cultures, it's a recurring thing where women date older men, is because what women value in men is different than what men value in women. Now, I want to preface this by saying that we're talking about in general here. We're not talking about outliers, like people that have disorders. I want to make that very, very clear, because if you have a disorder, if you have something wrong with you, psychologically, emotionally, whatever the case, which a lot of us do, there's nothing wrong with that. This may not apply. We're talking about in general, though, most of the time, with most people, the reason why women prefer older men is because, not just because they're the maturity level, because they tend to gravitate towards guys who understand them better, but it's also purely based on parental investment, meaning that an older guy is going to be able to provide for her what she needs, not just emotionally and financially and physically, but also when it comes to what's called the hunter-gatherer survival value. It's called the survival value. Now, if you want to fight with me about this, that's fine. I'm using science. If you want to use your fantasy, I can't get a girl bullshit, that's up to you, bro, or the other way around. This is all scientifically proven. Now, not every, obviously, Golden Scouter, I think, was saying that his girlfriend's older than him. Like, this doesn't apply to everybody, like I said, but in general, it's about like chemistry, right, and maturity. And the reality is, and this is the truth, when you get out of high school, you don't have any resources, you don't have any money. I mean, maybe it's different now than back then, but when I just first got out of high school, I didn't know what I was doing. I had no confidence. I had nothing. I was just this kid who just graduated. I have nothing. I can't compete with an older guy who is in better shape than me, has a better car, and most importantly, understands women. He understands that when he talks to a woman, you have to listen to her. You have to understand what she's saying. You have to try to figure her out with her nonverbal and her verbal cues. This is kind of advanced. We're doing fucking advanced game right here, bro. So just give me a minute, because when you're young, you don't really know anything, and there's nothing wrong with this. I'm not coming down on anybody, but the older you get and the more girls you talk to, the more you understand them and the more you kind of pick up on their nonverbal cues. Older guys have that advantage, so they know when to talk to girls and when to say the right things for good and for bad reasons. I'm not talking about manipulation here. I'm talking about just how to treat them a certain way. So the reason why I'm saying this is that, like, the way the parental investment theory works is that, and this is all, again, scientifically proven, what most women find attractive, now every girl's different, but most women, what they value more is your ability to satisfy their needs. And their needs are different than our needs. The reason why it's called parental investment is because, unlike men, women have 9 months of incubation. They have to be pregnant for 9 months. And during that 9-month period, they have to be with a mate that's going to protect them. Now, this is not one of those things where it's like, oh my God, this is sexist. No, this is science, bro. Fight if you want. I don't really give a shit. Science has my back on this one. It's not about, like, a woman not being strong or anything. This is all, like, from the animal. This is animals, because we're all animals. It's the same thing with other animals in the animal kingdom. So she's going to be a lot more... Women are a lot more picky when it comes to men, because men are more scarce than women are, because the population of Earth, right, there's more women than men. So they have to pick the right guy to satisfy them during the 9 months of incubation. It's all subconscious. They'll never tell you this. So they have to pick a guy who is going to take care of them. And the reality is, this is true, this is the reality, they want to be taken care of emotionally, physically, financially, and you're a lot more emotional, physical, financial the older you are, and that's it. And that's why you've got ugly ass motherfucking bald 35-year-old dudes pulling fucking 16, 17, 18, well, maybe not 16 in this country, but young, you know what I'm saying, like young girls. That's why you have Donald Trump fucking around with dimes. It's not money. That's why you have Jay-Z. Why the fuck do you think Jay-Z's ugly ass pulled Beyonce? It ain't because of money. Beyonce's pretty fucking rich, bro. It's because, and I read books about this, like women who knew Jay-Z. Jay-Z knew how to listen, bro. Like, Jay-Z's a really good listener. And when you're young, you're going through your fucking shit, bro. So, like, that's the parental investment theory. So for us, like for dudes, the reason why we like pretty girls, I'm not going to get into the reason why, but our whole thing is about replication value. We want to have healthy babies. This is all, again, science, subconscious in our DNA. We don't even think about this shit. Why do we like girls? Because we want healthy babies. That's what drives us to even get horny, is to make babies. Because otherwise, why are we here? So if a girl's pretty, and everybody's definition of pretty is different, so it's whatever you like. Big girls, short girls, tall girls, blondes, brunettes, I don't care. I like everything, bro. I'm like a buffet table. I like everything, bro. A little Japanese here, a little soul food over there, little, you know what I'm talking about. We try a little bit of everything. But the point is that it's been pretty much proven that this is the case, bro. Like, so if you understand that, you know that that's why girls put lipstick on, why they dress up a certain way, because they want to be presentable for a mate. Again, this is all parental investment, but they also want to find a guy who's going to take care of them, which is why, like, and again, when I say take care of, this is not one of those things where it's like, oh my God, like, the guy's got more money than me, because it's not even about that. Like, some girls, again, you got to stop putting girls in this box of every girl's the same, because that's sexist. That is sexist. But some girls might accept the fact that you're broke, but there's something about you they like. You have ambition, you have drive, you have motivation, you're a listener, you're funny. There's got to be something that you can offer to that girl for her to like you. You can't just not have something to offer. But you got to also remember that every girl likes something different, and that's what I hate about a lot of this, like, relationship bullshit, is that I hate when they put girls in this category of women like this, women like that. No, they all like something different. And the key thing is figuring out if you can provide that for the girl that you like. Because if you can't, you ain't going to pull her. You're going to get, but there is a girl out there In fact, there's probably more than one. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's
so the
probably
point
more.
I was trying to make is the whole thing about why women mature faster than men is entirely based on parental investment. Science tells us that women make the healthiest babies between the ages of, I think it was 16 and 25. But I think that may have actually changed now. I think it might be 16 and 30. I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me on that. So
I don't think it's really changed.
you still 16 and 20?
I think well, medicine has gotten better. We've kind of decreased the fatality rate for, the infancy fatality rate, but I mean, I think biology really just hasn't picked up with our society. I mean, not at all.
Yeah, but you're right. But guess what, brother? Guess what? Biology is what's inside of all of us, and we can't deny who we are.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
can't deny who we are. No, I know. You're right. I know you agree with me.
It doesn't just flow into that situation either. I mean, I guess it kind of does, but it is what it is. Where for
this is like advanced classes though.
For people like us, it's like, you and I, fairly well educated, thoughtful people and everything.
Fairly. I got an IQ of over 2,000. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. There's no such thing.
So fairly well educated. Some people in here too, college educated, all this other stuff. You want, before you start a family, you want to be stable, because it's just the way we are. Like, the problem, the overwhelming problem we have now is that you can't get stable. People can't get stable until their 30s, mid 30s, late 30s, and then now I'm going to start thinking of having a kid, and you kind of miss that clock after a certain time, just biologically. And
that's a hard topic to hit on for some people, but I have been told that medicine has made it better though.
It is. It's making it far better. It's making it far better and healthier and everything. But the point being is it plays into all that stuff. So finding mates who are stable.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Is older as well, and it's
because the reality is, and again, it's all subconscious. The reality is that the older you are, the more successful you should be. Now, I say should be because not everybody's the same. You've got prodigies. You've got people who are successful at a young age. You've got people who are in their 30s still working at McDonald's. Everybody's got a different level of success. But guess what? I know a couple dudes who work at McDonald's who still pull girls. They're ratchet, but they still do it. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things where, everybody grows up differently. But you're right. Subconsciously speaking, I think, okay, this is, again, scientifically proven. Men are much more focused on looks than women are. And people don't understand that, but they are. Looks are important to a degree, but they're not as important as you think, because with men, in order for us to get hard, we have to find her attractive. Whereas with women, they'll fuck an ugly guy, or what we perceive as being ugly. They won't think he's ugly because he does something for her that nobody else can do, or that very few people can. And that's the real fucking secret of the world that people have a trouble understanding until you get to your older, is that, when it comes to women, in general, again, because some women have different levels of attraction. Some girls like guys that are muscular. Some girls don't like that. Some girls like black guys. Some girls like white guys. Some girls like Latinos. Everybody's different. But what they like turns them on, and you can't tell the girl. You can't tell any of my exes that I'm ugly. You can't, because they're going to look at you in the face. They're going to laugh at you. Even if you think I'm ugly, why the fuck would I care if some guy, some male on the internet called me ugly when I've got pretty girls saying I'm not? See what I'm saying? And that's what you got to always remember, is that if you've got a girl that likes you, she likes you, bro. And so many guys always ignore that, not realizing that she actually likes you. You know what I mean? It sucks, but that's how it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree. But with that, guys, I think we're gonna close this out.
This is crazy, bro. How the hell did we get into this thing?
I have no idea. This isn't what I was expecting at all. But guys, like I said,
it's like our regular conversations,
but now it's
recorded.
Except recorded. But guys, like I said earlier, I do want to make it absolutely clear. Thank you so much for coming out and listening and commenting and stuff. We're sorry that we kind of got on a little, once Danny and I get started, we just kind of get in our own little thing. So if you've enjoyed what we talked about, that's awesome. But guys, thank you so much for coming out, joining, sharing your thoughts and opinions and everything. And I'm sorry if we didn't get to every question or anything like that. And maybe next time. But with that, I hope everyone has a good night, because I think everyone should go to bed. All right, guys.
I'm not. I'm staying up, brother.
All right, that's good. All right, guys.
All right, that's good.
That's good.
I can't even type in your chat, bro.